Good morning and a very warm welcome to EIT Health Catapult semi-finals. My name is Alison Munro and it is my pleasure to host our prestigious event. And to everybody who's joining us on the call today, health professionals, academics, innovators, startups, entrepreneurs, whoever you are from across Europe and around the world, you are very, very welcome to join us and thank you for being with us. Over the last 2 days, we have met and today we are going to meet the very best, the best of the best of European health startups today. Catapult is an outstanding programme aiming to boost the development of the most promising European startups today in healthcare, from medtech, biotech and digital health. They have a promising and direct level of training and high competition. And 40 disruptive startups have been working extremely hard over the last months and also receiving, of course, very high level training in areas like business modelling, investment strategies, deal negotiations and pitch training. We are all very eager to meet them and we express our congratulations to them on reaching this stage of the semi-finals in Catapult. And this is a really amazing accomplishment. So well done. Of course, these semi-finals give us a unique opportunity to have access to these top level startups who are also very keen to meet people, to make contacts and to start collaborations to take their next steps forward. Our inspiring journey began on Wednesday and it continued yesterday, and of course it continues today, and we are very happy to have you with us and we wish you a fantastic time. On Wednesday it was biotech, yesterday on Thursday it was medtech, and today it's digital, and we are going to meet the 12 top startups in digital health in Europe today. Now, each participant, when they pitch, they will have a very strict timing to respect. 5 minutes for pitch and 5 minutes with questions and answers with our international jury. The jury will then make their marks and notes about that pitch at the end of each pitch. We will also have today 4 inspiring expert insights throughout the day, giving us very, very interesting insights into what is going on in healthcare innovation today. And of course, there will also be multiple opportunities for breaks and matchmaking and networking between everybody, between delegates, startups, investors. The opportunities for networking sessions this afternoon will also be at around 2:30 until 4 o'clock. This, of course, is Central European time. That will be followed later on by a break. And then, of course, the magic moment at 5 o'clock when we have the awards ceremony. In that moment, of course, we will discover who, out of the 12 startups in digital health, who will be going through to the finals later in Stockholm 2022. So, before we meet our jury, let's look at our partners and to the wonderful teams at all of our partners, our dear friends at EIT Health, Cap Digital, Medical Valley and beyond. And of course, we also wish to say a huge thanks to this year's sponsors who have made not only the event of Catapult possible, but also today and with their amazing, prestigious prizes later. First of all, AstraZeneca, Amazon Web Services, EG Technology, Luciadas, Merck, McDermott, Will and Emery, and Nasdaq. Thank you so much for being our sponsors. And now it is a pleasure to welcome our international jury panel. Our panel, of course, has a vast experience in renowned institutions, and they have wide expertise in venture capital, equity investment, and of course the technical sector. They are, let's meet them one by one. Susie Ruff, founder of Ruff Company. Natalie Virag, responsible for strategic partnership programs at Medtronic. Diane Lejeune, PMV at Business Manager, MedTech and eHealth, Life Sciences and Care Venture Capital. Sonia Wilkins, Economic Development Agency, Mannheim City Council. Tomasz Jaworski, Director of Digital Transformation for the Public Sector at Microsoft. And Catherine Boule, Managing Partner at Carista. And to complete our jury, Miguel Angel Amanjol, Head of Big Data Department at the Regional Ministry of Health of Southern Spain. Thank you so much to all our jury for being here, and we hope you have a wonderful day and you enjoy meeting all our startups. A few practical words, words about practicalities, of course, that we are broadcasting on live. So, of course, if you want to refresh the page, if you lose the current live feed, and if you want optimum viewing, of course, click on the bottom corner to be able to have full screen. If you want to pause and play, just click. And if you want to optimize your working network opportunities this afternoon, then of course it's best to use Chrome browser, that Google Chrome browser for all of your calls. And if you want to express your thoughts on social network, share photos, whatever, please go to hashtag EIT Catapult. There's still time to book your meetings. I am now very happy to be able to hand over to continue our day and to introduce the next sequence, our EIT Health Director of Business Creation, Kurt Holler. Good morning, Kurt. It's lovely to see you this morning.
Good morning, Alison. Great to see you again.
We're having another very exciting day ahead of us.
Indeed. Yeah, we already spent the last 2 days together, right? With the whole community, all the listening here. And now we are very much looking forward to the last day.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I hand over to you because I know we have an exciting guest.
Thank you. Thank you, Alison. So, hello everyone out there. Good morning. Happy that you made it at 9 o'clock this morning on the third day. It has been really a busy time. We have started 2 days ago on Wednesday with one of the most exciting success stories that we had during the last 12 months. You might remember the second winner of the biotech finals last year, Phargomate, just got acquired recently by BioNTech. Of course, everyone knows BioNTech because they contributed a lot with their vaccine in the current pandemics. And having an additional topic within BioNTech, which is fighting bacteria and antibiotics resistant bacteria. That's a super successful contribution and addition to BioNTech, and we are super proud that EIT Health was able to support the company that will now be in the center, in the focus of that future work. We had an interview with Holger as a representative from BioNTech and with Alexander Belcredi, one of the two co-founders of Phargomate. And that has set the tone from my perspective for these 3 days. So the companies that we have in the Health Catapult, there certainly will be one top company that we will celebrate as a success stories, hopefully even more than one company in the upcoming 12 months. Now, what are we talking about? Today we have 12 digital health companies, and we are selecting, like in the other 2 days, the 7 companies that will be able to proceed to our funnels. The funnels have been postponed a bit, so we have postponed them into May 24th and 25th, in order to make them happen in person. So we want to have a live event again after a very successful but still online summit last year. We decided to postpone them to May, and that's also the reason why now the semifinals are not in autumn but in December, basically in those days where we usually had the finals. But before we look into the Health Catapult, I would like to give you a couple of numbers about EIT Health. And in order to do so, I took a couple of screenshots a few days ago. And these screenshots of our startup platform, startups.eithealth.eu, show you very well what we actually did and succeeded in the last years. So the first number I'd like to point out is the number of startups that we have supported in total. That is more than 1,000 companies, quite an impressive number. The second point I would like to focus on is the countries, the regions that we cover. If you look to the map on the right, you can see that we basically cover every European country. So that's also a great success story, that it is not just focusing on a few countries. We are a truly European organization supporting companies and startups everywhere in Europe. And the last thing I'd like to point out is the bottom left. That's a chart that shows you the investments attracted by those companies that we have supported. And you can see that in the last 3 years, we have been actually very successful. So our EIT Health supported companies have attracted more than 300 million euro per year in total. And this year, 2021, is certainly the most successful one, because there we had some very specific large rounds. So you can see whereas we usually touched upon the 300 million euro or exceeded the 300 million euro, we now even exceeded the 600 million euro mark significantly. And maybe in the last couple of weeks of this year, it might get even more. Also, the data usually are lagging a bit behind on the platform. The second slide I'd like to show you is the overall valuation of all the companies that we have supported. And there's two interesting things. On the one hand, of course, we have supported more and more companies over the years, and therefore the overall valuation of those companies has increased. But also in general, we could see in Europe that the overall valuation of European digital health companies has doubled every other year. And that's a tendency that we even exceeded within our EIT Health portfolio. The second highlight I'd like to point out is that the light red bar, that shows the companies that have been created within the last 5 years. So basically within the existence of EIT Health. And that shows that most of the companies that contribute to that high overall valuation have been founded only within the last 5 years. So that's a great engagement and a great signal to all the companies that maybe also pitched today that have been created only in the last couple of years. They are set up for success. So you don't have to have your company run for 10 or 15 years until you get successful. That can happen rather quickly. Just to point out here a few companies, Cert Health is a company that we have supported rather early stage. Now it's the first European health unicorn within the EIT Health portfolio. Very strong company. Then Arkin is a company that we have supported in our gold track. And looking to Sparing Vision and Diabeloop, they are well known from the Health Catapult. We will see Sparing Vision also in a second. Catapult, just a few numbers about the EIT Health Catapult. As you know, the process is very intense. All the companies listening now know what they went through. You first have to apply in a written application. Then after that, you go into the top companies from the written evaluation are invited to pitch, usually in person. Now that happened online, of course, to pitch in front of a jury. And then only the top two per category, biotech, medtech, or digital health, are invited to proceed to the semifinals. And that's where we are today. In order to get prepared for the semifinals properly, the startups get we call it super mentor. So they get that super mentoring to really train and exercise not only their pitch, but also validate and prove their business model. So to get the full investor story right, so that investors really trust and get all the information that they need after having heard the pitch of the startup. And then only the top 3 of each category will be invited to pitch on the main stage in the plenary session at our annual summit that will be held now again in person. That's at least our plan so far, in Stockholm in May. But also the 4 runners up will be invited to pitch at the summit, not in the plenary session, but still at a big stage. So for 7 companies out of the 12 that are pitching today, we will have very good news at the end of this session. Now, looking into a few numbers of the Catapult exists now since 6 years. We have supported 231 companies that made it into the semifinals and beyond through our mentoring, through our super mentoring. So that's the companies that we really work very closely with. Those companies have raised more than 400 million euro. And that's also due to the fact that among the more than 3,500 participants, visitors that we had in our semifinals and finals, we had more than 500 investors included. 2 winners already got acquired by other large companies. And the last number I'd like to highlight as well, our participants come from 47 countries. So a truly international competition. On the picture, you see Florence. She was president of Sparing Vision back then. And Sparing Vision, after pitching and winning our biotech finals in 2019, was able to then win or to get in, attract an investment of 44 million euros. So congratulations again to Florence and their team. Was really a great success, and kind of the similar thing that the success story that we explained last year at the semifinals, and now this year we are happy to announce the great success of Phagomed. I already told you that we opened this session on Wednesday, this whole series on Wednesday, together with Alexander Balkredi, to celebrate his success. And now, without further ado, I'd like to invite our guest speaker for the opening. Keith Sequeira is, I would already call him a friend, as we have interacted a lot in the last couple of years. We have met several times in person, and he is really one of the super reliable people. Once you get an agreement, he really helps you wherever he can. He is head of unit at the EISME, that's the European Innovation Council and SME Executive Agency. That's a very new institution, and there he's responsible especially for the EIC board and strategy, and also the feedback to policy. So Keith, would be delighted to hear a bit more about EIC's mission and vision. But before starting that, how is it in Brussels? How is the situation? How are you doing?
Nice words. So I'm very well. Can I just check you can hear me okay?
Yes, now I can hear you.
Great. Great. Great pleasure to be here this morning. I'm very, very, very happy to be here.
Super. Thank you so much. Yeah, we just touched on EIC and ESMEA. What's the mission and vision of the organization that you're representing?
Yeah, I mean, so the European Innovation Council is very new. We launched in March, but of course we've been running in pilot mode for the last few years. So we're not starting from scratch. And the mission is very simple. It's to identify, develop, and scale up disruptive and breakthrough innovations in Europe. So we're covering all fields of technology, but a lot of our innovations that we're supporting are in the health area because it's so important for disruptive breakthrough innovations. I think you mentioned earlier Sword Health. I think that's a great example. It was actually the first Portuguese startup that we supported in the EIC pilot and reached unicorn status with a valuation round that put it at 2 billion. So I think that's great. I mean, what we're really focusing on now is what we see as kind of two valleys of death. One is how you get from the research proof of concept in the laboratory into a viable business proposition. And the second is the scale up for high risk deep tech companies, where getting that kind of finance from the private sector alone is very difficult. So we launched this year. Since April, we funded our first 65 companies, of which many in health, and I know quite a few came from Kick Health as well. In October this year, we're going to have our next funding round announced in a couple of weeks' time. So we're very excited. We have 10 billion euros for the next 7 years. And together with the EIT, in this new innovation pillar of Horizon, I think this is unprecedented level of commitment, support, ambition for innovation in Europe.
Thank you. Yeah, talking about the synergies between those two organizations. So you spoke about the 10 billion euro. That's an impressive amount of funding that goes to the companies. On top, you also have the blended financing, EIT, health, and all the other kicks. We have basically the access to the network. We don't have these large investment volumes to the companies, but we can help leverage access to the relevant stakeholders, and especially in the healthcare sector. If you talk about reimbursement, a super fragmented reimbursement system in Europe, if you talk about regulatory affairs, that's something where you just need support by not only mentors and coaches, but also in order to get into the market, you need partnership with large institutions, and that's why I think we have an amazing synergy. Talking about the fast track that we have established, and it's really a great success story, and that's what I also meant, Keith, when I introduced you as a very reliable person. You really contributed personally to make this happen, so that we ensure that top companies from EIT Health and the other kicks find their way into EIC. So what's the fast track exactly, and what was your reason to create that fast track?
So the fast track, I think, is completely novel in European funding, because the way it's worked up until now is that we've all worked in isolation. So when a company comes to us, we have no idea if it's been supported by you, and if it's been supported by you in the Kick Health, we don't know whether you thought it was a great company or whether you thought it was problematic. So this is really a different level of, a very practical way of getting the collaboration. And the way it works is that in the EIC accelerator now, we have a phased approach. We have a first stage, which is to look at the idea screening and ready to see, is a company fitting the profile of the EIC? So is it very high risk innovation, very novel? Is it scalable? Has it kind of got the risk profile that requires the public support? And up until now, we've been taking that judgment by ourselves. I mean, applications have come to Brussels and we've sent it to experts to make that view. What the fast track is doing is to say, you in Kick Health to make this judgment for companies and startups that you're already supporting. So we rely on your judgment to say, does this company fit the profile of the European Innovation Council? And if so, there's no need for us to check that again. That would be an administrative overhead. That would be additional bureaucracy. That would not make sense. So we trust you, and we're asking you in the Kick Health to identify those companies that you think meet the profile of the European Innovation Council. And when you tell us these, we will invite them to the final stage to prepare a full proposal to come for our interviews and our funding round. So I think it's a great, very practical way that we are working together. And I think we've gone from kind of ad hoc discussions to really systematic collaboration. I think there's lots more we can do, but this is a great start. And we're looking forward to receive the fast track companies from Kick Health.
Thank you. Yeah, and I can announce that we have now closed the first fast track selection, and among the 20 companies in total that we agreed with EIC to proceed in the first fast track, we have, and that's interesting now to hear for all the companies in the Health Catapult. We have 8 Health Catapult winners from the previous years that are part of that fast track. So that's actually the easiest way to get into EIC is by just winning the Health Catapult and then going the fast track to EIC. I'd also like to briefly touch on the pilot that we run together, because that's interestingly exactly the other way around. So whereas in the fast track companies move into EIC, we also have a pilot running together where EIC supported and funded companies enter into the EIT Health network. And that might be very early stage companies from the Pathfinder in our boot camps, so where they really get connected to our network, but it's also utilizing our Bridgehead program where we support companies to enter new markets when they have their product already up and running and ready for distribution in their home country. So that is, and last but not least, also the gold check. And I mentioned Fargomed before. Also, S4DX, one of the top EIC companies in the past, has gone through our gold track. So we also support EIC companies to get into the gold track and to be presented to the expert council within the gold track. An amazing collaboration, I would say. So now for a vision for the future, Keith. How do you think, with everything that we do here, how well is Europe equipped to compete with the US? That's of course our eternal competitor, but also with other regions like Asia, specifically China. How well are we equipped to compete in the future?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very positive. We held our first EIC summit last week in Brussels. I was at the Slush event in Finland earlier this week. And I think there's an incredible change going on in Europe. I mean, you look at the data on venture capital investments. You mentioned, Kurt, about the valuation of health tech startups in Europe. And we're moving to a period of, deep tech, we believe, is going to become increasingly important. Disruptive innovation is going to hit areas like health in ways that it simply hasn't done before. And Europe is potentially very well placed here. I mean, we have a great science base. And what is new now is that I think we have a whole generation that know how to build scalable businesses, which is something that was very much missing before in Europe compared with the US. But I mean, we're still very much behind on finance. You look at the data on venture capital, and I think we have a lot of work to do at European level to overcome the fragmentations between different regions, between countries. We've got great local ecosystems, but we really need a European level ecosystem as well. So I think it's hugely positive. I think there's a lot more to come, but a lot of work to do on our side, and really looking forward to actually increasing our collaboration with you, because we think this is going to help Europe overall tremendously.
Thank you. Thanks, Keith. And that's, I think, the perfect closing words for the session. With that, looking forward to our further collaboration with EIC and your teams. And with that, handing back to Alison.
Thank you so much, Kurt and Keith. It's very, very nice to start the day with such an exciting and inspiring and positive discussion. Now, how can elite sport possibly be a place to go to look for a model for building public health? And what is the star appearance that digital health has in all of that? Well, to answer that and to tell us much more, we are now going to listen to our first expert insight. We are going to meet the mentor and advisor, Dr. Laura Johnson.
Good morning, everyone. It is great to be here with you all at the semi-finals for the Digital Health Catapult event. Welcome, and how's everyone doing? I hope you're all doing good, and I hope everybody's had time to grab a coffee, a tea, or get their breakfast in order and come back and join me for this keynote. So it's going to be 15 minutes of hopefully light entertainment in the medical world. Title of the talk is Lessons from the Locker Room, and that's going to become very obvious in a couple of seconds. But first, let me do a quick, this is me. So you've heard about my introduction. You can read about it. I'm on LinkedIn. Everybody will know that I am in the medical tech industry. I have been for quite some time. And there, you can find out all about me. But if you actually really knew me, you would know that I have a second job, and I have had for quite some years. And my second job is that I am actually a sports and musculoskeletal therapist, and that means I spend half of my life actually working with athletes, and that's everything from your everyday weekend athlete through to professional level elite Olympic trial athletes. So I have these two jobs. I love them both, and I'm not giving up either of them. So I thought I would do today's keynote from the aspect of what I learn in the sports world and what that can teach us in everyday situations that would apply to you as digital health innovators more than anyone else. So I hope we're going to have some fun in the next 10 minutes blasting through the sports world. Let's start by taking a quick look at some of the clubs that we do get to work in when we're MSK therapists and physios. And we'll start with best in class. Why not? So welcome to the Welsh rugby team. This is the international rugby team, and this is their locker room when they're on tour. And it may be hard to believe that's a rugby locker room, but it is. And it is absolutely best in class, fabulous conditions to work as part of the medical team in these sporting environments. As you can imagine from the condition of this locker room that you see here, things are pretty luxurious. So money is not an object, resources are not an object. And essentially what we have is a medical team that is combined with a health and fitness team that is combined with the sports psychologist. And we are a multidisciplinary team that is there for the athletes all the time. They have constant access to us. And our job, our combined job, is to take care of the health and performance of those athletes and keep them world-class players. And we do that because we are a big team and we have lots and lots of resources available. And it's pretty cool what you can achieve, obviously, with athletes when you have those resources and you work in that environment. And a lot of it is to do with information sharing and having a huge context on every athlete about what's happening on the pitch, off the pitch, in their private lives, in their public lives, and putting that together in a constructive plan for those athletes. But let's be honest, that's not really what all sports clubs look like. And if we go down a level or two, we start to get more like everyday reality setting in. And this is the Australian Cricket Club team room. And you can see the locker room has now become the treatment room, has become the general hangout room. And the luxury has disappeared and a bit of sort of grit has set in. And this is where you start to see resources scaling down in the medical teams. And you're down now to maybe one lead physio plus an assistant physio, and maybe an MSK therapist like me coming in. We're not there full time. We might be only in 1 or 2 days of the week. Some of the better clubs a little bit more. And there's a definite separation starting to occur that the medical team is taking care of these injury issues in the athletes. And the strength and conditioning coach, if you have one, is then taking care of the other time, the performance time, the recovery time, the everything that's not injury time. And there's less and less overlap between us, and there's less and less opportunity to work closely and share information. And then we get down to the real grit of sport. And this is a job I've done for many, many years. I worked with Adidas and the Adidas runners, and this is me at the finish line of the Berlin Marathon. And as you can see, this is now real bare bones medical care for athletes. And what happens in these conditions is you work alone, and it's a bit more like emergency style medical treatments, firefighting. We have, a very limited time. We have 10 to 15 minutes per athlete, and we have about 100 athletes queuing up at the end of our treatment table, ready to come in for the next treatment. And our sole job now, working alone, is basically assess the injury we have in front of us, deal with that injury, patch it as best you can, and get this athlete on the way to whoever else is going to help them, and start with the next athlete. And it's really starting to focus the medical team on the actual essential service that we can provide, which is injury management. And that's it. Not injury mitigation, not performance, not well-being. This is just hardcore injury management. And there's an English physio who works in the rugby teams, and he's very, very good physio back home. And he estimated that when you're working like this in sort of firefighting mode, he's probably making about a 1% impact on these players' performance in the season or over the years. Now, 1% impact is a terribly depressing number when you're in the mass sports arena. If you're working with Usain Bolt, which I don't, by the way, but if I was, and we could claim as the medical team we made a 1% improvement in performance, we'd all be given a pay rise. I mean, that's, world record breaking kind of level of performance. But let's be honest, in the actual mainstream sports, where the vast majority of athletes are, 1% is not a good percent. And the problem with only making a 1% impact on performance is you start to see another problem arising over the season and over the years. And this is injuries start reoccurring. And the actual performance of the athlete starts deteriorating. And they're not able to maintain a certain level of performance. And this is a problem not only for the athletes, as you can imagine, but also for the club, right? Now, the club has a real interest in the injury lists. And that is because the investors, a lot of the investors are looking at the injury list and the performance of players as a sort of critical metric. When they see these injury lists constantly coming in every season, they start putting pressure on the management. The management start putting pressure on the medical team, and the medical team are sort of holding their hands up going, well, what do you want us to do about it given the resources we have and the time we have with the players? We're here to fix the injuries. We fix the injuries. We can't stop them happening again. So they had to come up with a solution. And interestingly, the reason we're having this talk today is because they did come up with a solution. And this solution is pretty neat. Now, if you're elite level sports, again, the answer is throw money at it, okay? Just buy more medical staff. And that's great. Then your players have, again, this world-class level medical team, complete structure around them to take care of them. But like I say, most clubs don't have that money. They don't have those resources. So many clubs decided, okay, well, if the medical team isn't the resource here, then just tell the players to get in the gym more often. Bulk up, get stronger, so when you get hit, you don't go down as fast. And it turns out that can work, but only in limited situations, maybe with the rugby teams, but it's not appropriate for every athlete. And it's certainly not an answer to long-term injury management. It actually doesn't, strength doesn't equate to injuries. So what do you do when you don't have resources and you can't send everybody to the gym as the answer? Well, it turns out you do what a lot of us, or very good managers in business do, and that is you delegate. Now, this is a really neat solution for a couple of nuanced reasons that are important here. You need to delegate responsibility. So there's a massive task and it's called performance of the players. And that involves both managing injuries when they happen, but also managing the resilience of the players. And resilience is basically their ability to withstand injury or prevent this from happening, mitigate injuries, right? And the more resilient your players, the less injuries you see. The medical team can only take care of the injuries, given the resources you have. So the question is, who's taking care of resilience of players? And again, look at what you've got. Look at the resources. In any club environment where you work, where you have more players than physios, you're going to have to give the task back to the players. And there's another reason to give it back to the players, is because they know themselves, they are the best judge of how resilient they need to be, and specifically what type of resilience they need. They know how they get hit in the game. They know how they go down. They know what their wear and tear is. We need to give responsibility back to the players to build up this resilience in themselves. And it's not by going to the gym. What clubs did is actually give athletes tools. They came up with self-screening, self-assessment tools that players can use completely autonomously. Right? They don't need the medical team to do this, which is the critical point. And the idea here is they come in preseason and they do a screening test and they get a baseline level of fitness and resilience. And their aim in the season now is to maintain that or ideally extend it. And they come in and they do regular self-assessments. They check against baseline. They're taught how to do some basic self-correcting exercises to get back on baseline. And they can always use the medical team if they need to, but it's not the main point of this exercise. And the deal here is that management has to realize there's something else going on. You have to refocus, if you're the manager of these teams, what's happening here. Most of the time, and I'm saying club level sport, but let's think widely here, we are much more focused on what actually happens on the injury days. We look at injury days as the biggest problem and the biggest cost, and they are, but they are also not the majority of days in the calendar for any one player. Most players are not injured most of the time. Now, here's the crux to making this work. You need to refocus resources on the non-injured days. If you want to extend the number of non-injured days, you need to focus resources there instead of just putting out fires on the injury days. And this is what these self-resilience tools are doing to players. They are allowing them to stay resilient and expand the number of days they're actually not injured. And players do engage with this. They want to do it. They like doing it. It's kind of fun for them. And at the end of the season, what you actually see in these clubs that do it is lower injury rates. So what does that mean for you and me, and why we're here today? Well, let's say public health systems are actually a sports club. They're called Club Public Health. That would mean that they are basically a club with the biggest, unhealthiest, worst prepared team of haphazard players you can imagine. And they have a very small medical team resource, right? We know that at Club Public Health, we are broke, we're dysfunctional, management is screaming about the injury lists, and the medical team is under stress and kind of lost as to what to do with the resources they have. It's not going to stretch to everything. So why doesn't Club Public Health do what the other sports clubs have done and think a little differently? Delegate responsibility back to the players. That's you and me. That's my parents, my friends, my family. We're the players. We can take responsibility for what happens when we're not injured, and we can surely put a lot of effort into those non-injury days and getting more out of them. And that would leave more time for the medical team to focus on what the medical team does best, which is actually injury management, sickness management, disease management. That's what they do. So we could be taking care of our own health days, non-injury days, while the medical team there are for the worst days. But this is a major problem because our healthcare system is not set up to do that, right? We actually don't have a healthcare system at all. We haven't had for about 4,000 years. Now, that's a controversial statement that I could give another talk on, but about 4,000 years ago, we started paying more attention to disease and sickness, and we kind of stopped paying attention to the rest of the stuff that happens to us most days of our life. And that's what we need to get back to if we're going to solve this problem at this health club that we're in, right? Digital innovators out there, we absolutely need brilliant tools for the medical system, no doubts about it, to help us fix injuries, sickness, and disease. But we have a major crisis on our hands. We have a big injury list, and we are staring relegation in the face. So we have got to get every player on this team engaged in resilience training. And that is resilience for the life we lead, for the life you and I have. How am I going to stay more healthy this year than unhealthy? How am I going to make sure that by the time I'm 70, I'm still able to bend down and pick things off the floor, carry the pan off the stove, not fall over when I go down the stairs? How am I going to be resilient to those kind of injuries? And they start now. They start by monitoring, having a baseline. So it gets adjusted maybe every 5 years. Maybe we have to look at this every few years and redo our baseline checks, redo our self-checking, our self-exercises, our self-corrections, get ourselves in a position where we are as resilient as we can be, where we have many more healthy days on our calendar than unhealthy, and let our medical system do what it does best right now, and that's actually sickness and illness, disease management, really. I think it's totally feasible. I think the answer lies in digital solutions. I think we just have to shift our focus to bring as much attention to non-sick as sick days and non-sick solutions as sick solutions. And I think you're the people to do it. I would really like to bring Club Public Health out of the relegation zone and up a league or two, and I know we need your help to do it. And that is my basic lessons from the locker rooms of sport. I hope that has entertained you at least for 15 minutes, if not given everybody some food for thought. And I do want to say a good luck to everybody who's in this today, all the teams presenting. Have a lot of fun out there, learn as much as you can out there, whether you are creating a digital health app for truly health days or digital sickness apps. I wish you all the best, and I really look forward to seeing what is coming today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Laura Johnson. That is certainly a healthy, very healthy start to our day. Ageism, career moves, and healthcare innovation. What next in this field? Let's have a conversation with our next expert insight, the co-founder and COO of Doctomatic, Carmen Rios.
Good afternoon or good morning, depending on where you're connecting from today. I am honoured to be here before you. Thank you, EIT Health, for having me on board. And congratulations to the EIT Health Catapult participants for enriching our lives with your contributions. Better outcomes in healthcare happen because of you and communities like EIT Health, which make it possible. My name is Carmen Rios. I'm a true product of the European Union, daughter of a British lady and a Spanish gentleman. I'm a proud EIT Health mentor and currently the co-founder of Doctomatic, a device and condition agnostic for remote patient monitoring. EIT Health has proven to be an amazing community, which I can only encourage you to be a member of if you haven't done so yet. I would like to kick off today telling you a little story to take you through what are some of my key messages for you today. Ageism, career moves, and healthcare innovation. Ageism. I'm 44 years old, and 3 years ago, I was totally unaware of what digital health was and its impact. It is never too late. This is me as a young girl, sitting in the lawn of my grandparents in Lincolnshire. At this point in time, I wanted to become a doctor. Unfortunately, I had a teacher who told me I was not good at maths and sciences. And shame on me, I believed him. Early education is fundamental in shaping who we are and who we become. And we all need to be aware of this with our younger ones. We all have little children or younger peers who look up to us in search of a role model. And in these days where the conversation is becoming broader and broader in regards to diversity, this couldn't be more relevant. I, as a child, had very few role models that I could look up to in regards to a high impact career in business. Did I have strong figures around me? Certainly. But those who helped me shape my career and be here with you today were men who gave me a seat at the table. To them, I am very grateful for the opportunity. So why am I telling you this? I would love for you all listening to me here today to gain more awareness on how you speak to yourself and others, and encourage you to try to become the role model to those who are actually looking up on you. I'm here today not only for my younger peers, but also for my young nieces, Irene, Carla, and Alba, and nephew, Daniel. And let me share this quote, which reached to me just yesterday. You can't be who you can't see. When we think about what it is to be connected, we think about memory, we think about history, we think about storytelling. All of these words that we hear, literacy, inclusion, diversity, are all words for connection. When I say to people, why do we need to have different diverse books? It's not because necessarily everybody needs to see themselves reflected in every book, but because we need that sense of connection. We need to live in a global sense. These are words by Marion Wright Edelman. You can't be what you can't see. Let us all reinforce the power of diversity. I wanted to discuss diversity in all of its shapes and forms and how it impacts our careers. As an example, I have an industry friend who I admire. He is over 50 years old, a doctor, highly prepared, has always worked in technology and innovation. However, because this person is 50 plus, they're struggling to find a new position. Diversity is also bringing people on board with completely different levels of maturity. Not only race, gender equity, and LGTB. As we all know, the tendency in innovation is of younger teens. However, this is not the case at Dr. Massett, where we're all 40 plus. Bring those healthcare workers onto your technology companies. Don't even hesitate about doing so. Bring patients also. And ensure the conversation is focused on them and their pain points. Together, we can all make a difference. Again, I'm telling you this with only 3 years of experience in the healthcare industry. I moved to healthcare 3 years ago, motivated by the loss of my business partner to cancer. And I'm here today because I want social impact to be the driver of what I deliver. And you're probably asking yourselves, what value do I add? Believe it or not, the skill sets I acquired in the media, ad tech and gaming and gambling industries are proving to be of value to the companies that I've been involved with in healthcare. Limbix, who leads digital therapeutics to treat adolescent depression, and now Dr. Matic, a device and condition agnostic remote patient monitoring solution, of which I am a co-founder. It's never too late to start. And as my good friend and mentor Anna says, there are 2 days where you can plant a tree. One was 20 years ago, the other one is today. Which seed are you going to plant today? And here we are, proud citizens of a high-tech 21st century who have taken a blow by a small virus, which has made the most of the globalization to travel the world effortlessly for free. It was only 2007 when Steve Jobs presented the first iPhone. Mainstream internet and smartphones have allowed us to manage this battle a little better than we would have done without. So remote working has become a standard, even in those companies who were totally against it. It took UBS Switzerland 3 entire days to arrange for remote working, which before March 2020 had been deemed impossible. Suddenly, compliance was handled at the speed of light. What a miracle. Logistics have delivered it in the same agile way and allowed us to stay stocked up without moving from our homes during lockdown. We've been able to combine the perfect balance between humanity and technology to our benefit. So why is healthcare delayed when it has become clear to us that digital healthcare is here to stay? Who in this room has doubts that it's a vital need which has been delivered in a rush with little means and has struggled with structures that our restrictive regulatory environments aren't prepared for? The healthcare workforce have embraced new ways of delivering their reach, ensuring it was extended as far as possible, increasing the quality of life of their patient populations. It's now that we're starting to see the light of this tunnel, that it has also become clear to us that this is not the last pandemic. And in a European context, where most of the population have internet access, we have to ensure healthcare is delivered differently. The same way commerce, logistics, scientific research, and many other industries have already understood. Let's embrace technology and work for unified, flexible regulatory frameworks that are enablers to the work we deliver. It's also a time where investment is growing in digital health at paces never seen before. The forecast for this year is for it to double the one in 2020, which already doubled 2019. Fear of missing out is here to stay for a while, which is very good news for all of us present here. Health hubs, incubators and accelerators galore, investors who had never even considered healthcare before this moment. It's the moment where technology and medicine are to be wed for the greater good. The moment where patients are going to have more say than ever before and become for once and all the real center of attention. It's the time where technology is here to help us break the limits of accessibility, transparency, and the quality of healthcare, exactly what citizens truly deserve. It's the time to ensure all players involved have the necessary tools so that the next pandemic doesn't send us back to the 16th century. Hello, regulators. And if I may quote EIT Health Spain Managing Director Cristina Bescos in a recent article, healthcare will either be digital or it won't be. And I'm here hoping to encourage you to plant that tree today and let those after you benefit from the reaps in 20 years. It is never too late to start again. Embrace your local communities. They're here to build the future. And I'm here today as a small warrior of mine. Please join me. I can assure you it's a tough but fun ride. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Carmen, for this very compelling conversation. We need that sense of connection, and it's never too late. So go to our networking platform to make those connections for meetings with investors, startups, delegates. And of course, the other place to connect is at hashtag EITH Catapult. Now, we're going to be taking a break and meeting again at 10:30. And 10:30 is going to be a very important moment. It's going to be the first run of our pitches from our 12 digital health startups, the top startups in Europe. That is their moment to shine. So we see you later at 10:30. Have a good break.
Hello and welcome. My name is Kate.
Welcome back, everybody. We are now going to start our exciting moment. The digital pitch teams will now start their pitch sessions. We're going to have 4 sessions throughout the day with the top 12 digital health startups in Europe today. And they will all have the same rule games to follow. Each pitcher will have 5 minutes to pitch. That will be followed by 5 minutes Q&A with our international jury. And the jury will make their notes and give a mark after the pitch has been given each time. So there will be a continuous process. We are very, very happy to welcome the 12 pitch startups for this Digital Health Day. And we wish everybody the best of luck and to say, believe in your pitch and have a great time. Now, this morning, we're going to begin by meeting our CEO and co-founder of a startup in the UK. We're going to meet Brendan Staunton, Amara Therapeutics. So good morning, Brendan. Nice to meet you.
Morning.
Good morning. So you will have now 5 minutes to pitch. Have a great time.
Thank you.
The floor is yours, Brendan.
Perfect. At Amara Therapeutics, we are pioneering a new treatment for overactive bladder. Imagine you're out for dinner with some friends. Sorry, 1 second now. I started jumping ahead. Imagine you're out for dinner with some friends. You're having a great time and the conversation is flowing. All of a sudden, you get an overwhelming urge to use the bathroom. You leave the table, but you don't make it in time. Your trousers are now soaking wet. Your face is red with embarrassment, your evening ruined, and your confidence shattered. For patients who have overactive bladder, or OAB, experiences like this are all too common. This condition affects every facet of a person's life. It disrupts their work life, sleep, social life, and sexual relationships. They have higher levels of depression and anxiety. And between the EU and US, there are over 52 million people living with this condition. It's caused by a signaling problem between the brain and the bladder. The good news is the bladder is highly trainable and adaptable, and we can make massive improvements in its functioning. How? Behavioral therapy. It's the recommended first-line treatment, and it's clinically proven to be safe and highly effective. It involves a series of bladder retraining exercises delivered by a pelvic health physiotherapist. The bad news is you could wait months or in some cases years for an appointment due to a massive lack of specialists. As a result, many patients are offered medication. Meds are not as effective as behavioral therapy, and there's another problem: side effects, dry mouth, dizziness, constipation, and even mental confusion. Due to a lack of other options, there are still 18 million prescriptions written for OAB annually in the US alone. We developed Resolve to give patients and clinicians another choice. Resolve is a digitally delivered behavioral intervention that provides a safe, effective, and accessible treatment. It's been developed by world-leading experts from the University of British Columbia, Galway University Hospital, and University College London. Resolve guides patients through an 8-week intervention that includes behavioral therapy, psychology, physiotherapy, and dietetics. Therapy is delivered in conversational style one-to-one videos just like this. I was saying there, but I'm not sure it's going through. I'll move on anyway. For clinicians, Resolve gives them a powerful tool: information. We use artificial intelligence to collect, analyze, and visualize key treatment and progression metrics, empowering clinicians to do something they currently cannot do, which is make data-driven care decisions. In the US, there are 14 million managed patients, and in the EU, there are 9 million managed patients. The total cost, over $70 billion annually. OAB medication can cost over $5,000 per annum. Resolve costs $1,250 per annum, $750 for the initial 8-week intervention, and $50 per month after that for maintenance and refresher sessions. Just this week, we completed an observational study across 3 different hospitals in Ireland. The study is a major step towards approval as a Class 2 medical device, and we showed a reduction in OAB symptoms across all patients. During the trial, one of the patients said, "This app has made me feel that I'm not alone with my problem, and there is someone there who totally understands what I'm going through." And a clinician described the use of the data as groundbreaking. Our immediate goal is to raise a seed round of €3 million, followed by the completion of a large US-based pivotal trial with our US partners, the MedStar Health Research Institute. Following on from a successful trial, we will submit both FDA and CE applications and aim to be market ready for Q1 2024, where we will raise the Series A to fully commercialize. At Amara Therapeutics, we have a world-class team. My own background is in medical device commercialization, and I hold master's degrees in bioinnovation and business administration. Our Chief Scientific Officer, Dr. Emma Carr, is a health psychologist with extensive experience in digital health interventions. And our Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Jeff Condiff, is a world-renowned gynecologist and former president of the American Urogynecological Society. We're joined by a strong team of commercial, technical, clinical, and regulatory specialists. We're the first digital therapeutic for overactive bladder. Please join us on our journey to give OAB sufferers another choice, a treatment that is accessible, safe, and effective. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brendan, for your great pitch to start off our session this morning. Let's now meet our jury for the first pitch of the day. Good morning to the jury. Good, we can see them on screen, I believe. So, who would like to start by asking a question? And if you can raise your hands and then launch your question. Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Susie Roof. So thank you so much
Thank
for
you
your
very much,
presentation.
Susie.
Yeah. Thank you so much for your presentation. My question is, so the piloting this digital solution, how far can you go with, I wouldn't say the patients, but these citizens with these challenges? I mean, how far do they experience that the tool can help them? So a little bit more about the results in using this digital tool.
Yeah, so I suppose the whole clinical rationale behind our approach is that in clinical studies, behavioral therapy has been proven to be more effective and safer than medication. So what we've done is essentially taken that clinical evidence, digitized it, and also added in our own elements. So we've also contributed CBT elements to it. So we don't just look after the physical elements of the condition with the behavioral therapy and the bladder retraining. We also take a holistic approach with cognitive behavioral therapy and working on the mental element of the condition, which is quite prominent. In terms of our trial, it was a preliminary trial with 30 patients. We reduced symptoms in 100% of patients, and that was seen as a significant reduction. And also we improved quality of life in 82% of patients. So again, preliminary results, and we're building up towards a larger study of about 350 patients in the US next year.
Okay, thank you.
Natalie?
Yes, I have a question. Are you intending to replace actually face-to-face interactions, or is this going to supplement? So are you going to actually save costs, on the overall patient treatment? I mean, the face-to-face biofeedback sessions, are they going to be replaced completely by this app?
Biofeedback is really useful for stress urinary incontinence, which is something that overactive bladder sometimes gets confused with. Overactive bladder, it's less about pelvic floor contractions and more about behavioral bladder retraining and bladder retraining exercises. So one of the reasons we chose OAB is that we think we can actually provide the same level of care digitally. And as I said, we're not only treating the physical side of the condition, we're also using CBT to cater for the mental elements of the condition. There's a lot of fear with this condition. If someone has an episode of incontinence in public, that fear stays with them, and it can be hard to get out of those behaviors. So that's something we do a lot of work on. So yes, to answer your question, all the guidelines state behavioral therapy should be the first line of treatment. it's very difficult to access one-to-one care due to a lack of specialists. So we want to provide an accessible, immediate way for patients to access this care.
Go ahead. Yes, please go ahead. Can you also give us your name?
Yes, hi, I'm Sonia Wilkins, and I'd like to ask, maybe I have missed it, but how do I get, as a patient, how do I get the access to your treatment? Is it over a doctor and he gives me an access, or is it my private, yeah, do I do this, do I have to find you when I'm, have this problem and find you?
Yeah, so there are a number of different routes to market with a product like this. We've chosen to go within the healthcare system and have it as a prescription digital therapeutic. So what that means is that when a patient goes to a clinician, there's an assessment and a preliminary diagnosis of overactive bladder is made. What happens today is the clinician will probably try and find behavioral therapy, large waiting list. They'll probably reach for the prescription pad and prescribe a medication. What we want to do is be at that decision point where instead they can log on and prescribe our platform in 2 clicks with the patient's email. The patient gets a link to their phone, and then from there they can access the app. And then with the clinician dashboard, the clinician can then track the patient throughout the initial 8-week intervention and measure things like adherence, progression, and also get an indication of symptom severity through the data that we collect via the intervention.
Catherine?
Please, so I'm Catherine Bull. Please tell you a little bit more about your management team, please.
Yeah, so myself, my own background is in medical device commercialization, and I've worked in medical devices for the last nearly 10 years. My colleague, Dr. Emma Carr, is a health psychologist who specializes in digital health interventions, so running large-scale digital trials. Our other co-founder and chief medical officer is Professor Jeffrey Cundiff. So he's the professor of obstetrics and gynecology at the University of British Columbia. And he's also the former president of the American Urogynecology Society, so a key opinion leader in the space.
Very good. Okay, we've had our 5 minutes. We have to wrap up. Thank you very much, Jury and Brendan. Thank you. Let's now move to France. And we are going to be meeting now the COO and co-founder of Avatar Medical, Elodie Briand-Litzler. Good morning, Elodie. Very nice to meet you. Glad to have you at Catapult. So there are 5 minutes for you to pitch. The floor is yours. So Elodie, we think you are on mute. Could you please open your mic?
Yes, it's okay. And the
Lovely. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, you have 5 minutes to pitch.
Okay, good morning, everyone. So I'm Elodie. I'm the CEO of Avatar Medical. It's a French spin-off from Institut Pasteur and Institut Curie. We unlock the power of medical images for surgeons. How? So surgeons, when they're preparing what to do in the operating room, they will look at the radiology images of their patients. However, using tools that have been designed for radiologists, like this. They see 3D in slices. Here we are looking at a breast cancer MRI where you could see a tumor appearing in the right breast. And in fact, we will replace this type of representation by this. A 3D avatar of the patient. If you could launch the movie, please. Yes, so in fact, we are looking at the same data and using a virtual reality headset, the surgeons will dive into the image. They will apply filters to highlight the details they need to see, like the tumor shapes, the architecture of the vessels, and using virtual reality, they will interact with the image, like here with these scissors, and they will ultimately figure out the best surgical strategy for their patients. But you may say, okay, 3D has been around for a while, so what's new? Yes, flat 3D on 2 screens has been around for a while, but surgeons need more. They need real 3D, they work in 3D. And that's why there are now so many 3D printing companies in that space. With virtual reality, we are addressing the same need for real 3D, but digitally, instantaneously. Also, these competing technologies, they use a technique called segmentation that will place surfaces, cutting crucial information. Avatar technology is lossless. We keep every pixel. We reveal more details, such as fine connection between the ventricles of a child's heart here, and also because of virtual reality, we are genuinely 3D and interactive. The surgeon will get a better analysis, an efficient memory retention in the OR, leveraging here on the fact that the human brain is made to work in 3D. Also an improved collaboration with the radiologist for a higher productivity with lower stress, saving time in the planning, potentially saving time in the operating room. How can we be so sure? Well, we did a study at the Breast Cancer Surgery Department of Institut Curie involving 18 surgeons. They looked at 90 breast cancer MRIs, either using their standard technique or Avatar Medical. We were 4 times faster. We were reducing mistakes in tumor numbering or precise localization by 25%. It was even more for younger surgeons. Let me walk you now through a clinical case to demonstrate the patient impact. This is the story of a patient that came to Curie and was diagnosed a bad breast cancer. Enora, the surgeon in charge, was thinking she would have to remove the entire breast. But looking at the image again with Avatar Medical, she could see that these big tumors were in fact all located in a very same quadrant of the breast. And then it led her to decide to perform a partial mastectomy, less risky for the patient. It's not only about breast cancer. We have a platform technology. We are investing other applications in sarcoma surgery, kidney aneurysm, congenital heart diseases, and much more, some of them with very promising results. We will deliver the technology to the world by selling software licenses directly to hospitals, but we will also look for white label deals with bigger companies to act their sales force. Here is the plan. 2020, we were created. 2021, we got first sales as a research and education platform. 2022 and beyond, the sales will scale because we're going to get the regulatory approval, FDA first, CE then, and the revenue will double thanks to these white label deals. We have raised 2 million so far, and we are looking for 3 additional now. Here is the team, serial entrepreneur co-founders, and a team which is based in France and the US from day one. So this is Avatar Medical. We will deliver better surgeries to patients, shorter, safer, more successful, unlocking the power of medical images for surgeons.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Elodie, for your very powerful presentation. Great. Let's now bring in the jury so that we can have their questions, please. Who would like to start? I think Diane, then Miguel.
Good morning. Thank you very much. I'm Diane Lejeune, and I have a question. I actually have 2 questions, if that's allowed for you. I would like you to comment a bit more on the results. You mentioned indeed that you have that you're going faster, for example. Can you comment a bit more in details on that? And also, I would like to hear from you about the equipment needed at the hospital, basically, to be able to use your technology.
Okay, so the study as described has been published in the Journal of Clinical Oncology last month. We, in fact, let the surgeon look at the images with the technology and using as much time they think necessary to have a good understanding. So that's the time measured. And in fact, this time measured was 4 times less when using Avatar Medical, reducing it to like 1-2 minutes, while they would take more 10 minutes using the PACS. So your second question is about the equipment. So the software runs on standard IT equipment. So in fact, we are recommending the equipment as a minimal requirement for the software. Currently, we are using a professional NVIDIA workstation and the HP Last Reverb headset for the deployment in the hospital.
Miguel, please go ahead and ask your question. Good morning.
Thank you, Elodie, and congrats on the project. I was curious about how much time does it take from where the time the image are gathered to the moment the doctor can actually navigate through the 3D model and address the state of the patient, and also how segmentation was addressed in order to identify areas of interest in the image gathered. Thank you.
So, in fact, that's a differentiating factor of Avatar. We are almost instantaneous. You will download the image directly from the PACS. We are, in fact, connecting it to the PACS of the hospitals, and it would take maybe 10 seconds to create the avatar. Of course, it depends on the power the computer has, but if people follow our recommendations at the time, it would take. Contrary to competing technology where you will have to send an image over, wait for some hours to get the results. And your question about segmentation, in fact, the power of Avatar Medical is that it doesn't use it. It used ray casting. And so we do not have to place these surfaces to create the 3D models. So which means we don't have to make a choice about where to place it. We are in fact modelizing a ray of light diffusing through the entire pixels. And we're keeping them all, meaning that for all anatomical structure for which the borders are not so well defined and it's not so easy to place a surface, you can make mistake placing a surface, like for instance, the borders of a tumor. The doctors find that we are much more relevant than the tools they had access to using segmentation.
Lovely. Natalie, your question, please.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I think you have a lot of competition in the domain, and also because you're not combining the visualization tool with the therapy, and you're doing a lot of things, I'm worried that you might, go in a lot of directions, and that you have a lot of competition. So how are you seeing this?
So yes, we have a lot of competition. Technologically speaking, they 95% use segmentation and have this problems with specific medical questions. So of course we are then going in those medical fields where we have the competitive advantage on the technology. The natural way to go also for us is to then address this market by finding the right medtech partners that would work in the medical field where we have more impact, and then develop the technology with them to potentially then be acquired by a company like this. And in fact, we are seeing deals happening of this medtech company acquiring 3D technologies, but some of these medtech companies don't have acquired a solution yet. So that's the plan, and we are one of the alternatives available out there, which is still available.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, Jury and Elodie, for your questions. Time's up. Let's now move to Belgium. And we are going to meet Ingrid Brands. Ingrid is the CEO and co-founder of the startup BioStrand. Good morning. Good morning, Ingrid.
Good morning.
Good morning. Very nice to have you at the digital semi-finals. Please go ahead. You now have 5 minutes to pitch. The floor is yours.
Okay, good morning to you all. It's a pleasure to pitch to you. This is the data on the galaxy. It's huge. This is omics data. DNA, RNA, proteins, the building blocks of life, and these data are only expanding. So that must be great for precision medicine, for drug discovery, right? It isn't. No. Why not? Well, current technologies can only crunch a portion of it. It's too big, it's too fragmented, too complicated. The result? we lose out on a lot of valuable information. So what does that, for instance, mean in antibody drug discovery? Well, from a lot of possible candidates, you have to pick there the best ones to go further test in the lab. So you have to predict which antibodies cause autoimmune reactions, which antibodies cross-react with other organisms, or which antibodies are highly likely to have adverse effect. To do this, you have to compare the sequences of these antibodies with all kinds of other organisms. Next, please. Next. And typically, these are humongous amounts of combinations. So what do people do to well, in fact, they reduce the search space. So that means that they only look at a limited amount of data sets, a limited amount of organisms. And even then, it takes them days. With us, you can compare across all organisms. We even include a literature check across all the PubMed abstracts. And all it takes is minutes. Minutes to check all the data there is and build your antibody selection with maximum confidence. So with BioStrand, you really do de-risking of your early stage drug discovery. We integrate text data and sequence data, and it's an ultra-scalable solution. Because we take all the information there is and we make it meaningful, we are the Google of genetics. Our playground is the bioinformatics market and the AI drug discovery market. Today, we're $12 billion, by 2027, $30 billion. Our technology goes far beyond digital health. It's a platform applicable across many industries, from pharma to biotech to agrotech, food tech and cosmetics, population genomics, CROs, and sequencing labs. They all have to crunch these big omics data. And you might be thinking, well, they might have trouble servicing all of these diverse markets. In fact, technically, it's no problem at all. We use the same underlying technology to serve all these markets. It's one model. And what is more, we also use only a very small computational footprint. And that guarantees flexibility and scalability. We are also well aware that we have to focus in our go-to-market. And that's why we concentrate on early stage solutions for vaccine development, antibodies, microbiome analysis in Europe and the USA. The platform has the setup of a marketplace with different components and analysis capabilities. The main business model is platform as a service. Companies buy a yearly license, and on top of that comes a fee for compute and storage. In drug development, we use co-development licenses or partnerships. Entrepreneurship is really in our DNA. CTO and co-founder is a repeat entrepreneur in bio-IT. I have a medical background and 20 years experience in management and research. Our board is packed with leaders of industry and also academia. We were founded in 2019, filed a patent, showed, next please, did pilot projects with several companies to show product market fit and validated our algorithms with academia. So we have proven product market fit, strong IP position, and a proven track record. So now it's time to expand. And that's why we are raising 8 million euros to expand the platform capabilities, build commercial team, and do a subsidiary in the USA. Let's accelerate the BioStrand story.
Thank you very much indeed, Ingrid, for your exciting pitch this morning. So let's bring in our jury for the third session of questions Q&A. Who would like to kick off, please, with their first question? Go ahead, Susie.
Thank you, Ingrid, very much for your presentation. I would like a little bit more elaboration on, you mentioned pilots. So what kind of pilots have you done? Just one example of what kind of results have you obtained by doing a pilot?
Well, for instance, the pilot project was with an agrochemical company, and there we did two things. First was they used our software, and that enabled them to really do a lot of bioinformatics analysis themselves while there were no experts at all. So previously they were forced to source that out and make other people do it as a service. Now they can do it themselves. And secondly, we also did some research on a molecule that they were developing for crop protection. So that's where our technology was also used for.
Thank you.
Sonia, I believe you have a question. No?
No.
Okay, Catherine. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm curious about how the data is handled in terms of where is data stored, how it is processed, and how was the evaluation of the impacts of data protection performed.
Yeah, so that's a very good question because we can handle diverse types of data. So on the one hand side, of course, you have lots of public data, and then we can combine that with proprietary data. And of course, we make sure that on the platform, there is really a Chinese wall behind that. So that data are very secured for every client, that they are in a separate container with all the necessary privacy and rules set up. And then, of course, if it's really patient-related data, non-anonymized, then, of course, all the GDPR rules apply. And then we make sure that we have the necessary protocols and everything that is, that needs to be in place for that. And then, of course, you have these sequence data, public and proprietary, and we combine that also with text data. And that might be literature, but it also can be text from electronic patient records, from internal documentation that you have, and we all integrate that into our system. We make a very big index of that, and because we make an index of that, it's very well structured and then ideally presented to go further with AI and the machine learning techniques.
Thank you. Please go ahead with your question, Sonia.
Okay. Thank you. So can you please tell us a little bit more about the business model? So who is paying? Do I pay for the access to your database, or is it on how much I'm searching, how for a longer time or a period, or is it, so.
Yeah, so the main business model is platform as a service. And there we have different components, different kinds of analysis. So there you decide what you need. So you can also use it in conjunction with software that you already have. And it comes with a yearly license. So your company buys you a yearly license. So we have models, let's say, different tiers. And that's the basic license. And then on top of that, comes a fee for compute and for storage. But the nice advantage that we have is that we operate at a very low computational footprint. So we have much room to lower our prices and be very affordable, which makes it very attractive for clients.
Thank you. We have time. Yes, go ahead. We have one more question. Catherine?
You tell us what do you stand in terms of revenue today?
Well, as I said, we did some early adopter pilot projects, so we have some revenue generated, but it's really early stage. And now we're ready to move on and really take a big leap in terms of commercial development, build a commercial team, hire commercial people, digital marketeers and stuff like that to really make the next step. And that's why we also want to go to the United States, because there is a very important market and we need to be present there.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. We've running now out of time for our questions there. Thank you very much, Ingrid, and to the jury this morning. So far in the digital health semi-finals, we have met 3 startups. Let's remember who they are. From the UK, we met Amara Therapeutics, which is developing a prescription digital therapeutic platform for the treatment of overactive bladder. In France, we met Elodie at Avatar Medical. They are leveraging virtual reality and standard medical images to instantly create realistic to scale patient avatars for surgeons to use in preoperative planning. And in Belgium, we have just met BioStrand, and BioStrand is on a mission to make omics data analysis truly effective in digital health. Now we are going to take a break. We are going to, of course, meet again at 11:40. And during that time, of course, please go to our matchmaking platform to make meetings, book meetings, and of course to share your views, images, comments on hashtag EITH Catapult. We look forward to seeing you at 11:40 when we will be meeting the next 4 top startups in digital health in Europe today. So stay with us for the digital health semi-finals. See you at 11:40. Thank you.
Hello and welcome. My name is Kate, and we're going to take a journey together over the next 8 weeks. I'll guide you through a specially developed programme for the treatment of overactive bladder, and I'm confident that together we can improve your bladder health.
Hi, welcome back to our digital health semi-finals. Now, today we have 3 pitch sessions in total, and we are now going to begin our second startup pitch session. After that, we will have this afternoon our third session, where we will be meeting 5 more of the digital startups taking part in our semi-finals. Of course, the day will then reach the exciting moment of our Expert Insights 2 talks and, of course, our Ceremonies Award. So now let's begin with our new startup pitches. We go to the UK to meet Shivani Lamba, who is the founder and the CEO of Bright Lobe. Good morning, Shivani. How are you?
I'm doing very well, thank you. How are you?
Lovely. Thank you very much indeed. It's a great day, and you now have 5 minutes to pitch. The floor is yours.
Meet Mia. She's 4 years old, and her teachers told me that Mia has difficulty paying attention in school, but they can't be sure. The reason? In places like the UK, it can take a child up to 3 years to be formally diagnosed with a condition like autism or ADHD, and the process isn't easier in the US or in other markets where assessing child development and then monitoring a child's post-diagnosis has issues. It's expensive, time-consuming, and unreliable. When interventions like therapy and medication aren't introduced early enough, they have limited impact. This is a big problem. It affects over 1 billion children in key target markets worldwide. Bright Lobe has invented patent-pending technology that can assess, monitor, and support a child's brain development using clinically validated mobile games and toys. It assesses a child's abilities across 4 developmental domains: cognition, fine motor, language, and social and emotional skills. So how does the system work? Children like Mia are immersed in a virtual world, and they enjoy the experience because we worked with former Disney executives to inform the game's storyline and characters. Parents report their own observations through a mobile device. It creates personalized training games to help children improve in areas where they're showing deficits. Now, in Mia's case, we did find that she needed help, but another remarkable thing happened. It turns out that Mia has remarkable visual spatial ability, and we know this because of her standout performance on the game. So it turns out that in our insights, we can detect a child's strengths too and nurture their natural gifts. And through machine learning, our system gets smarter at detecting delays and addressing these. Parents save up to 84% on assessment costs with results delivered in 45 minutes, not 3 hours. Clinicians receive personalized insights for targeted interventions and effective treatment protocols, and healthcare providers save up to 68% in assessment and monitoring costs. Pharma benefits from a data repository where they can mine for digital biomarkers, inform clinical endpoints, and confirm drug safety and efficacy. Now, our B2B focus has tremendous growth potential with a projected share of upwards of $1 billion, and post-commercial revenue projections hit 80 million within 4 years. Now, B2C activities, though not our focus, work synergistically. They allow us to keep our finger on the pulse of consumer trends to inform and keep our products competitive. We've stratified our competition into 4 different spheres: analog clinical assessments, educational assessments, educational games, and game-based assessments, and we consider our direct competitors to be Pearson and Akili. So what makes us different? Well, our system is capable of identifying specific presentations of conditions, making diagnosis easier across diverse populations. We provide insights to parents and teachers to create a supportive ecosystem around a child. And finally, we intelligently curate content for better home-based interventions. Volume-based licenses are designed for enterprise users like healthcare providers and payers, starting at $29.99 per patient per month, and families can access it via subscription. Our go-to-market strategy involves deploying our technology into 16 children's hospitals across the US, as well as 2 NHS Foundation trusts. And over the next 5 years, We've planned for a regulatory roadmap that would see us achieve traction in these key regions, starting with the UK, obtaining Class 2A certification in Europe, and then FDA 510 clearance in the US. I'm Shivani Lamba, the founder and CEO of BrightLobe, with a background in neuroscience and software engineering. Our advisors include the medical director at Stanford's Lucile Packard Children's Hospital, a former VP at Disney Interactive, and a former chief medical officer at Benevolent AI, who is also the European medical director at Eli Lilly. To date, we've raised over £600,000 in venture capital and grants, and with the £2.5 million seed round that we're raising now, we'd like to change the future. We'd like to further validate our technology and exploit it commercially. Mia is still waiting for her diagnosis, but with BrightLobe, things could be different for her and for 1 billion other children just like Mia. We're looking for the right investors to help us revolutionize pediatric health. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Shivana. Wonderful pitch. So let's now go over to our jury to listen to their questions. So, good morning, jury again. Who would like to begin? Diane, perhaps. Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks a lot for the presentation. Really interesting to hear. I would like to get a bit more information about your actually go-to-market strategy, in the sense you talked about B2B, B2C, families, hospitals. Can you explain a bit more how you see that in the practice?
Yes, so our primary focus is a B2B business model, which I should emphasize. In terms of our go-to-market strategy, part of that would involve on developing our own sales force internally, and also using overseas agency and sales representatives to sell directly to healthcare service providers. The other thing that you saw in the slide looked at leveraging our existing partnerships with large healthcare networks. And we've got entry into the NHS via our partnerships with 2 NHS Foundation Trusts in the UK. And the other thing I mentioned was a large network of clinical centers, pediatric hospitals in the United States. So that would be the second part of our go-to-market strategy, would be exploiting those partnerships to deploy our technology to up to 20,000 patients within a year, and then having those networks continually use the product. So that's our second strategy. In terms of the B2C, you'll note that I mentioned that that is an activity that's used to complement B2B. And what I mean by that is, because it's a game, because this entire play involves aggregating real-time data from children, in order for us to be able to keep children engaged, we have to keep understanding how consumers would use the product. And as a result, we've allocated a little bit of our business activity to developing a limited version consumer product, as I said, to keep our finger on the pulse, to analyze consumer trends, to see how engaged children are directly, and then use that data to continue to improve our product and keep it competitive. So the split that you'll see there in terms of revenue projections is about 80-20 favoring B2B.
Who would like to ask the next question, please? Susie? Okay, Miguel.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Should I go ahead or?
Go ahead, Susie.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much for an excellent pitch. I would like to hear a little bit more on how many children and families have you been working with so far when piloting this solution? Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much for the question. We've worked with over 500 beta testers across the United Kingdom for our initial beta testing and usability study. We've done an additional feasibility study with 60 children divided into 2 cohorts, looking at the way typically developing children would use it versus atypically developing children, so children who might be diagnosed with autism or ADHD. And we're just about to embark on a clinical trial in partnership with Oxford University's Machine Learning and Statistics Department on a trial that will involve over 400 children, and that's a large-scale validation study.
And just one additional question. So the cohort of children, is that like diverse, looking into different, let's say, segments of the population and so on?
Precisely. The children are segmented by age, so 3 to 8 years old, divided equally in terms of groups, sex and ethnicity. So that's a representative sample of the UK population, and then split further into children that are typically developing and atypically developing, meaning that they already have a clinical diagnosis of a condition like autism or ADHD.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Miguel, would you like to go ahead and ask your question?
Congrats on the project and thanks a lot for the presentation. So I was wondering if you could develop a little bit about how machine learning is playing a role within your solution. Thanks.
When you aggregate the data from populations of typically and atypically developing children, you start to see considerable differences in the metadata and the performance data that these children generate. One example, for instance, is that in our motor tests, we see that there's a difference in touch pressure on a touch screen between children with autism versus children who are typically developing. And that can then serve as a biomarker for autism. And the way that we arrive at that conclusion and isolate those biomarkers is through things like random forest algorithms, both supervised and unsupervised machine learning algorithms.
Okay, well, we are more or less out of time for our questions with the jury. Thank you very much, Shivani, and also thank you very much to the jury for our first session. We now move to Finland, and in Finland we meet Normans Daudis, who is the Chief Business Development Officer at the company Cardiolise. Good morning, Normans.
Good morning.
Very nice to meet you. You now have 5 minutes to pitch Cardiolise. The floor is yours.
Definitely. Meet Robert. He just had a surgery for atrial fibrillation ablation, and he is being discharged from the hospital. He gets printed information with do's and don'ts, and the nurse gives him some general guidance. But once he's home, he's on his own. From the hospital, he gets no follow-up, no guidance, and no feedback. When he felt a strange sensation in his chest, Robert didn't know what to do. Within 2 months, he was readmitted to hospital, same as 20% of similar patients. Actually, today, 69% of patients' care is being disrupted. That means missed checkups and doctor visits. With Cardiolise's remote monitoring platform, we not only address the atrial fibrillation ablation, but also the heart failure, ischemic stroke, post-myocardial infarction, as well as COVID patients whose heart health is now compromised. We adjust the patient pathway based on the recent guidelines, and the doctor has all options to edit each of the steps. The devices that patient gets is also adjusted based on the protocol, the same as the patient-reported outcome measures. The next time Robert is being discharged from the hospital, his doctor is adding him to the atrial fibrillation ablation post-discharge pathway. He gets the Cardiolise application together with connected devices. Data he's gathering, including the ECG data, automatically goes to our cloud for instant analytics. And doctor can see a risk stratification and the rehabilitation progress in his dashboard. This can also be easily integrated into existing hospital environment. And the robot himself, he sees the risk stratification and the rehabilitation progress in his application. This is the main value for our remote care patients, the feeling of being safe and monitored. For holistic approach, we combine the electrocardiogram analytics with around 20 arrhythmia identification, heart rate variability analytics, allowing us to see the stress, emotion, recovery, and fatigue scores for the patient, as well as our patented scoring system, which also have proven predictive value and can allow us to see the effectiveness of therapeutical measures. In the background of doctor's dashboard, we analyze hundreds of data points and correlations. We extract more than 300 parameters from the heart health signal. But don't let that scare you. The doctor's dashboard is clean and simple. There could be hundreds of patients monitored, and only few might need doctor's attention. The doctor gets more time, the time he can spend on more critical cases, and the patient gets power, the power to manage their own health. We have 4 use cases. First, we look at the post-discharge patients. We do that with Oxford University Hospital and the biggest Italian cardiology chain. We do address the secondary prevention for chronic patients together with Helsinki University Hospital and diabetes patients. We address early screening and prevention together with our partners, telemedicine platforms and device manufacturers. And we also add value to clinical trial data and research. For the last 4 years, we've been working with Oxford University, as well as adding value to the clinical trial data at Bayer. Our goal is to reduce the readmissions by at least 30%. But already today, by implementing our automatic analytical layer, we have managed to reduce the cost saving 5 times for our clients. And during our pilot projects, we have prevented strokes and saved lives for at least 30 patients. Our team combines of deep cardiology expertise, where we combine heart health and medical algorithm knowledge. That is supplemented by the top-notch advisors, including the ex-CEO of pharma company in Italy. I invite you to join the Cardiolife today, either as an investor. We're raising 1.2 million late seed round at this point to address the 50 billion remote cardiac monitoring market, or as a supporter, spreading the word about Cardiolife and joining us on our mission, helping to address the #1 cause of death in the world, heart health diseases. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your super pitch. That's great. Let's move over to our jury now to listen to their questions. Who would like to kick off? Diane, go ahead.
Thanks a lot for your pitch. This field is, of course, quite crowded. I'm sure you will agree. So I would like to hear from you. What do you think is really the differentiator for your solution versus all the different things that are out there, whether it's patient pathway, remote monitoring, and so on?
Yes, thank you. Remote monitoring is really a crowded space. There is a real need for that, and it brings real value and benefits in terms of clinical as well as economical value. Our focus is on the heart health patients. The key intellectual property we have is our own analytics. We have patented scoring systems, and we combine medical plus the wellness part, if doctors would like to go that. That means for the post-discharge patients, we adjust the baseline based on each patient, and over time we can see not only the medical arrhythmias, ECG data, but also their stress, emotions, chronic fatigue. This is the unique combination with the focus on the heart health patients. We also, of course, use the devices such as many others, like the blood pressure scale that adds additional value. But our key focus is the heart health patient, and we are device agnostic. That means that we can also integrate any device that is already out there and being used by the consumers.
I think Natalie, and then,
yes.
Okay, we have Catherine and Susie. Go ahead.
So I have a question. What is exactly your product? Is it phone? Is it a computer? That's number one. And then number two, did you validate your scoring system?
Our product is the platform that we provide for the hospitals or healthcare providers to monitor the post-discharge patients after the heart health manipulation in the 4 areas that I mentioned. That means that the patient is just downloading the application and getting a device from our partners. Our value is the software, the device that is already out there, so they can monitor their heart health remotely. That's the product. Regarding the validation of the scoring systems, that's in the progress. We're doing that at this point as we speak, together with leading universities in Europe. So yeah, our CMR Class 2A currently includes long list of different arrhythmias, and the scoring system is the next part.
Catherine, please ask your question.
Yes, could you tell us a little bit more about your business model, because you described several verticals and kind of partnerships. So
yes, the partnerships I mentioned was our previous traction. For now, our only focus is the post-discharge patient monitoring. Those were other initiatives and just the great feedback from the customers and that we had. Our current business model is a platform as a service. That means we're offering it for a healthcare provider, that they are having the licensing model, and we're providing the analytics and the agreed a number of patients within that package. So it's like a software as a service with the whole platform and analytics included. Yeah.
Susie, would you like to ask your question?
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you for your presentation. My question is about the people who, or the patients who are going to use this, download an app or use a device at home. So how have you tested that these people can actually manage to do this themselves? And all of them, all types of them?
In our projects that we currently run, we have the nurse that is discharging the patient, basically introducing the patient to this solution. As the nurse, the arrhythmia nurse is usually, in the cases we currently have, are overseeing those patients, that dashboard. So they are also helping to install that application, because there could be some issues with using digital solutions, as well as showing the device and basically giving it as a package. So at this point, it's not so that we just send it to patients. So we have a support from the hospital or for the healthcare provider itself at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Diane, would you like to ask another one quickly?
Yes, indeed. Can you tell me more about the device, and more specifically, are these devices that the patient should have already, or are you actually providing those devices from one patient to the next? How does it work?
Yeah, in the current cases, we provide the device as part of the package that we are offering. Those are our device partners, trusted device partners, affordable and accessible one-lead ECG devices that are already out there in the market. So we partner with device manufacturers to give them together. One of the device manufacturers also saw the value in us, and they have been invested in our company previously. So we can provide several devices that are out there. If the patient already uses some kind of device, that could be also implemented if that's agreed by the hospital.
Thank you very much indeed. Our time's up for the questions and the answers. Thank you to the jury and Normans. So we now move to Germany. We are going to meet Kay Müller. Kay is the CEO and co-founder of Ebenbild. Good morning, Kay.
Good morning.
Very nice to meet you. You now have 5 minutes and the floor is yours. Enjoy your pitch.
It's very hard to breathe with an FFP2 mask on your face, correct? Now, multiply this discomfort by 1,000,000, and you maybe get an idea what it feels like to have acute respiratory distress syndrome, or ARDS in short. You cannot breathe on your own at all. In 2020, 8 million patients in the world suffered from it. 3 million died. And 2 million have been suffering from chronic consequences up to today. ARDS can hit any one of us. It comes from pneumonia, for example, currently very often from COVID-19, but also quite prominently from inadequate mechanical ventilation. And that is bad, because all ARDS patients require mechanical ventilation. And that brings us to the core of the problem, which is even the best doctor, when he treats you as the patient, he sees this: nothing. The lung is a complete black box to him, and the consequences of his treatment choices with respect to the lung are unknown. And we're going to change that by opening up the black box and providing data from deep within the organ in order to help doctors to make the best possible decisions for the individual patient. And we want these decisions to occur not only in specialist centers, but anywhere at any time with our cloud-based decision support system. It uses, for example, medical data to extract the lung and its pathologies. It combines it with more clinical data in order to produce a simulation-based digital counterpart of that patient's lung, the digital twin. This is not just a mere image. It's a functional digital counterpart of the patient's lung. And that enables us to provide unprecedented decision support to doctors around the world. For the first time, these doctors are able to assess multiple scenarios that they have in their heads up front in order to choose the best one for the particular patient. For us as patients, that means that we can recover faster and survive more often because physicians treat us better and quicker. That also means that cost efficiency goes up for hospitals. If we are ventilated shorter and wake up earlier, existing DRG mechanisms leverage up to 6,000 euros of cost savings per patient in hospitals. And that actually motivates our pricing model of 1,500 euros per case and a 12,000 euro annual subscription fee. Because of the cost benefit win-win, we can directly address hospitals in the beginning, and because of the large medical benefit, we can aim for reimbursement later on. Our services will create a new segment worth 25 billion globally, and in the primary markets being worth 10 billion. Because we will be the standard of care in this digital space, we aim for a high market share of 1 billion. Now, how do we do that? We initially target KOL hospitals and through them gain access to large hospital groups. We then aim for global major healthcare providers, of all of which the case numbers of ARDS are known, multiplied with our pricing enables us to project the revenues as seen here. Our next steps are animal trials to integrate into hospitals and conduct a multi-center study. That will give us a CE mark and medical approval in the EU and the US. For these steps, we need 2.5 million in venture capital, and we already think beyond the ICU. Our digital twin of the lung can address many pathologies and indications. We already venture into different business areas such as digital trials in biotech and medtech. And in the midterm to long term, we can also have a look and shot at other organs and indications. That wouldn't be possible without a strong team, well balanced between medicine, technology, and finance. Recently, we got an ERC Advance grant too, and the support of the who is who of German intensive care. Now, if in the future you are about to be intubated, rest assured that our digital twin of your lung will have your back in the most suffocating situation of your life. Thanks.
Thanks very much indeed, Keith. Thank you. That is an excellent pitch. Let's turn to the jury, who I'm sure will have questions to ask you. Who would like to begin our 5 minutes questions? Natalie, then Diane.
Yes, no, thank
Natalie?
you for the pitch. Yes, can you hear me? Yes.
Yes.
I'm wondering, you build a digital twin, but for that, you're really relying on data and really good data. And so how do you get this? I mean, what is your product? It's just a visualization tool. How do you acquire the good data? I mean, I'm just wondering.
It is a combination of imaging and measurement data. In modern clinics, these data are available readily within the hospital IT infrastructure. You have the PACS server, which manages the image data, and you have the patient data management system, which manages the clinical data. We acquire that directly through a very lean software implementation on the clinic side, which only manages anonymization and sends up the data to the cloud where we process it and send it back. And that's how it works. That's one kind of loop of the data from hospital to our computational sites and then send them back. That's the round.
So you're relying on hospital equipment or?
Well, yes, on hospital equipment that is already there. We don't have any hardware. If that's the question. So we obviously imaging technologies there already. Modern clinics have bedside computers, and we leverage everything that is there already. And our side of the product, hardware-wise, is zero. So we are quite lean.
Okay.
Diane, would you like to go ahead with your question?
Yeah, thank you very much. Maybe I would start with a compliment to the question of Natalie just now. I'm wondering what type of data, for example, imaging data, do you need for your twin? So that would be the first one. And then I would like actually you to comment on the algorithm, because you mentioned that there is indeed a possibility to make simulation. And my understanding, talking with companies actually in a similar field as you in the past, is that actually with COVID, for example, there was a lot which was not known at the beginning of this, about this disease and how it affected lungs. So I'm really curious about how do you deal with that and the potential unknowns of new diseases for your simulations then?
Okay, I will go with the second one first. The simulation-based technology is first of all a physics-based one. So what we focus on here first of all is the mechanical strain exerted on the lungs. And that is agnostic of a disease, first of all. Obviously, there are kind of empiric data that is not available if you get something really new, such as COVID. But for known diseases, you get data sets that we already acquired and where you have kind of adjustments according to the disease that has been diagnosed. And I would like to hear the first question again, I'm sorry, if possible.
Yeah, I was wondering actually what type of imaging data do you need to make this work?
Sure. You must understand that the image-based analysis and the physics-based model are two separate components. You can do the physics-based component, which is the unique part, with basically many kinds of imaging. If you get a CT image, that's great because it has high detail, but you can also use two planar X-rays or even only ultrasound. This is done every 6 hours at ICUs around the world, so you can use that to inform the physics-based model. So we have multiple modalities here.
Who would like to follow on? Catherine, go ahead.
Could you tell us perhaps what kind of clinical validation that you will need to do before launching the product on the market?
What we are already planning and organizing a prospective multi-center study. The idea of which will be to gather data and correlate our mechanical quantities to outcome measures such as length of stay and mortality. We powered the study. We'll need around 700 to 900 patients to prove that it actually works. And that is going to happen within the next 1 and 1.5 years with 6 specialist centers here in Germany. So maybe for the CE mark, this is sufficient for the CE mark. You will need to have subsequent trials or studies that will, for example, compare how our service fares against the current gold standard, which is, one must say, trial and error and experience-based.
Thank you very much indeed. This wraps up our Q&A session with Build. Now we are going to Spain. To meet Teresa Tarajo, the CEO and co-founder of Exius. Good morning, Teresa.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. And you now have 5 minutes to pitch. The floor is yours. Enjoy your time.
Thank you. More than 40 million people die every year from chronic disorders related with obesity. 70% of all deaths in the world. But the good news is that many of these deaths can be prevented because less than 3% of chronic diseases are caused by genetic mutations in our DNA. The rest, 97%, can be modified by lifestyle that changes our RNA levels. Because our lifestyle activates our genes. A healthy diet, healthy exercise activate one group of genes. And healthy habits activate a different group. A DNA test won't help us. An RNA test will. Exeus is the only company offering direct-to-consumer RNA tests in Europe. This is Anna. She's overweight, her stress levels are high, her energy levels are low. She's worried about her health. She has tried many diets in the past without success, and she was thinking about a DNA test. But she heard about RNA and Exeus, and she decided to try something new. First, we asked her questions about her lifestyle and we took a blood sample. Second, we did the RNA sequencing and analyzed the data with our proprietary AI algorithms. You can see the results were in the red and orange regions. Third, we sent Anna an action plan with personalized recommendations to lose weight and to improve her health. With the help of a nutritional coach, Anna followed the plan during 3 months. In particular, first, we recommend her a diet to decrease her glucose levels, diet and food supplements to improve her microbiome, and vitamins of mainly B group. We did a follow-up RNA test, and her results looked like this. Anna lost weight, her health improved, and she was feeling more energetic and active. She will continue to use RNA tests every 3 months to monitor progress. But who we are? Why can we help Anna? The co-founders spent 20 years doing research at 2 internationally recognized research institutions. This research led to our patented technology. We are targeting all the Annas in the world within the weight loss market. We started to have sales in Spain. We will move to the European market, and our potential market is worldwide. The global market for weight loss is more than $255 billion. We started the commercialization of the NutriDiet solution for weight loss and wellness market, and this is a completely fully scalable solution. In parallel, we are running a clinical trial to obtain the CE mark and the FDA approval. And in the future, we will have new products for longevity and stress management following the same methodology. We are a young company, and with our pre-seed round last year, we were able to validate our product market fit of our MVP. We started the commercialization, and we had revenues of more than 50,000 euros. And we are currently raising a seed round of 1 million euros that will allow us to increase the sales until 750,000 euros, and also to advance with the validation of our results by doing a clinical observational study. With the lifestyle and RNA activation profiles, we are creating a unique database. The database will be used as another source of revenue in clinical trials and for research studies in collaboration with pharmaceutical companies. The management team, all of us have previous experience in health companies, from the co-founders to exit, and our CSO has brought 3 genetic tests previously to the market. And we have a strong network of advisors and partners that are supporting us to achieve our mission. Because prevention and habits, not the treatment, are the key for a healthy life. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Teresa, for this super pitch. Let's bring in our jury to hear what they would like to ask. Miguel, please go ahead.
Yeah,
Miguel, the floor is yours.
And congrats on the project. Yeah, can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm. Very
Great.
good.
Yeah, I was curious about taking into account how hard it is to de-identify genomics related data. How is your company planning to gain the trust of potential clients of the app? If we also take into account that the part of the revenue of your company could be giving access to this data to other pharmaceutical companies. Thank you.
So, thanks for the question. Yeah, the data will be only used for research studies. So we always, when the customers signing for accept the test, they sign the informed consent, and we tell them that the data may be used for research studies to discover new drugs or to find new biomarkers. So always we have to be very transparent and explain that to the customers.
Thanks.
Susie, please go ahead and ask your question.
Thank you. And I think this field of prevention is really interesting. So thank you for your presentation. I would like to know how many people have you worked with, obese people have you been, for the time being, working with using or piloting your app and solution?
Yes, sure. So right now we've been working with more than 300 people and during this year, and we are planning to work with more than 2,000 people for the next year, particularly in the obesity field, but also we are working with other people that are also concerned with other wellness and other health problems. But with obesity, that's the figures that I told you.
Mm-hmm. And an additional question as to the competition, because there's also other people addressing this field of prevention and obesity. Could you elaborate a little bit on that?
Yeah, sure. Mainly the main competition are two companies. One that is Insight Tracker, that is in the UK, but they are not mainly focused or only focused on obesity. So they are focused on the wellness, and they don't have a specific product that the one that we will have with the CE mark specific for obesity. There are two companies currently that are, one is Levels and the other is in Europe. And what they are doing is they are monitoring the glucose levels. So they are using the same technology used for diabetes, and they are it's a wearable, and that they are monitoring the glucose levels. But it's the same. It's more a wellness product, and they don't have a specific product for obesity. And then the other competitors will be some kind of drugs, but they are not direct competition. We don't consider that they are direct competitors.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Who would like Diane? Then Natalie.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the pitch on this indeed very interesting topic. I'm wondering, how do you see with the 300 people that you have already worked with, how do you see their, I would say retention, but the word is more about how do they continue using the good nutrition then that you recommend? Are they continuing to do that for a long time, or are they at one point dropping off because it's anyway too much effort? And maybe you can comment on whether you include any elements of behavioral therapy, because it's quite proven that to make those new habits stick, you need basically to change how you are actually acting.
Yes, absolutely. This is the most important thing, I think, because what we are currently doing with the RNA test and then the nutritional coaching and all the recommendations and all the follow-up tests, we usually do one test every 3 months. So by doing that, what we manage is to change the habits. And this is the most important thing in the process. So we are not just testing the RNA. So we are using the RNA testing to make the people to change their habits and to take conscious of she or he has to change the lifestyle. So what we do, we monitor the progress by phone call. Right now we do phone calls, and we do tests and also psychological tests like the SF-36, and also then we do the RNA test every 3 months. So, and we follow up very much with the customers. And for the next year, we will move to a user account. So we will have the APP, the user account, and that will be much easier.
Thank you very much indeed. We have to wrap up there because our time is up. We have just met 4 more of the top digital startups in digital health startups in Europe. Let's remember who they are before we break for lunch. In the UK, we met Bright Lobe. Now, Bright Lobe has invented patent-pending technology that can assess and support a child's neurodevelopment using clinically validated mobile games. We then went to Finland to Cardiolise, which provides CE-certified predictive cardiac platforms and applications for pharma and healthcare providers. Following on, we went to Germany to meet Ebenbild. Ebenbild wants to provide better personalized therapy for ARDS with individually tailored, accurate mechanical ventilation settings to improve patients' odds of survival and recovery. And to complete the morning, we went to Spain to meet Exius. Exius is the first direct-to-consumer gene expression report that helps to optimize health in a highly personalized way. So this brings our first part of our digital health semi-finals to a completion. We are going to take a break, which leads us up until 13:30. Now, of course, it's a lunch break, but it is also the moment to be getting onto our hashtag EIT Health Catapult, EITH Catapult, to share your opinions, your reviews, your photos, your ideas, and of course, matchmaking, scheduling meetings on our platform. This afternoon at 13:30, we will be meeting the last 5 top 12 digital health startups in Europe today. We'll also be listening to speakers from the Medical Valley on 1 year's learning on the German DIAG model, and we will also be meeting 2 speakers from AstraZeneca telling us about how the disruptive technologies in digital health are transforming the oncology landscape. So we have plenty coming up after lunch. Now we wish you a very good lunch break. Enjoy your lunch, and we see you at 13:30 Central European Time. Hello and welcome back to the Catapult Digital Health semi-finals. We hope you had a great lunch and good connections during the last hour. Now we have 5 more top digital startups to listen to this afternoon. They will have exactly the same format as this morning. Let's remember, it is a 5-minute pitch, 5 minutes Q&A with our international jury, and then the notes and marks will be made by the jury. So then we will switch to the next pitcher. We will be running through until 2:30, where we will be then going into a networking session, which will run into our final break before our 2 final expert speakers, our insights, and of course, the big moment, the ceremony for the awards. So now let's go to Italy. In Italy, we are going to meet Maria Teresa Francomano, who is the co-founder and president of Hexel. Is that correct?
Hexel,
Teresa,
yes.
Lovely
Thanks.
to meet you this afternoon. You now have 5 minutes to pitch. Enjoy your time and the floor is yours.
Thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Maria Teresa and I co-founded Hexel for making the best neurorehabilitation solutions accessible to as many patients as possible. Stroke is the leading cause of disability in the world. Every 2 seconds, a person suffers a stroke. Since I started talking, about 8 new stroke cases occurred. 80% of stroke patients survive, albeit with some form of permanent disability, and 80% of those are left with arm impairment. There are 50 million survivors globally, and the World Health Organization urges countries to adopt proper rehabilitation strategies. This because current offer, especially for chronic patients, is not adequate. Now, a stroke event is followed immediately by life-saving treatments in hospital. Once the immediate danger is addressed, some rehabilitation sessions start at the hospital, but patients undergo rehabilitation only for a few weeks before being discharged. Then, some of them access outpatient facilities for a few weeks more, but receiving less effective therapies. Robotic technologies, which are proven to be the most effective for intensive and long-term rehabilitation, are available only in a few hospitals and almost nowhere outside hospitals. This is mainly due to high cost, product clearance needed to operate outside hospitals, and because they usually require specialized professionals. So, what happens now is that disabled patients that could recover motor functionalities even long after the stroke event are not treated as they could and are left with a permanent disability. Our goal is to solve this issue with ICON. ICON is the first cost-effective plug-and-play robotic platform for upper limb neurorehabilitation, which has been cleared also for out-of-hospital use. ICON is the first medical robotic system also available to chronic patients, allowing intensive and engaging therapeutic sessions via Excel games. Thanks to the proprietary cloud platform, medical doctors and therapists can set up the therapy, monitor patients' activities, and assess the therapy progress via a user-friendly interface, all remotely. ICON enables the continuum of care paradigm in a cost and a resource-effective way, bringing intensive neurorehabilitation not only to hospitals but also to small rehabilitation centers, gyms, community centers, and even at home. This is very convenient for patients, but also enlarges the size of our market. Our product stands apart from current available solutions in terms of portability, standards clearance, and costs, as well as being easier to be used. So far, we deployed 27 Icon globally, and we keep expanding our commercial network. Icon is more than a robot. Icon is a platform that can be enhanced by adding both hardware and software modules to increase functionality to serve a larger variety of patients. For example, we are now developing modules for hand and wrist, as well as a pediatric and orthopedic version. Our business model comprises both sales and software and hardware provided as a service through a pay-per-use model, which favors small centers by reducing their capital investments. We expect to reach 16 million euros in 2026, deploying 1,500 units with a break-even point in 2025. To achieve its ambitious goal, Hexel counts now on a team of 25 people with complementary skills and expertise. We are now looking for new partners to turn our vision into an impactful reality. So thanks for your kind attention.
Thank you, Maria Teresa, for this excellent pitch. Well done. Let's now bring in our jury to listen to their questions. Over to the jury. Who would like to start off? Yes, Sonia, go ahead.
Thank you. I would like to know the capital you are searching for, or the investment. So what are you putting the money in, and for, in what steps, and what are the next steps?
Okay, thanks. We are looking now for a round of 5 million euros. Actually, our business plan foresees investments both on R&D activities, because we are developing more modules, both hardware and software, to expand the functionality of the robot. And we are also pushing to be present globally in the market. So the investments are also focused on marketing activities and pre-commercial and commercial activities. So this is the idea of how to share the investments.
Thank you. Yes, Diane, ask your question, please.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot for the pitch today. So I was wondering if you could tell us a bit more about results that you have already achieved. Do you have data that prove indeed that this works and that the patients are doing better? And then also, could you comment on the price of having such a machine? How does it work? For which type of customers then?
Okay. Yes, our product is clinically validated. So we design a robot which, in similarity with another one which has been developed 20 years ago, and it's the one which has been mostly widely validated. So we inherited all the study done on clinical protocols on this robot. We also conducted our own validation, both from a usability aspect and also on a clinical side. And we obtained preliminary results, so they are going to be published soon. So I can anticipate that all data we recorded confirm the recovery of the patient even years after the stroke event itself, and being able to train every day and not just few times a week has a good impact on the recovery of patients. We tried also the feasibility of this kind of solution bringing it at home. So we worked with some prospect hospitals implementing the continuum of care. So, for example, assessing first of all the patient in the hospital and then bringing the robot at home with a therapist that connected remotely during the telerehabilitation. So we also have some data on this kind of solution, and we are now evaluating also the economic impact together with the hospitals. For what about this second question that was about our customers, we are targeting
Price
both
as well.
and the price. Okay, we are targeting both hospitals because it's the first contact point between the patient and the robot. In this case, we propose a sales, a direct sale, and the price is for distributor 20,000 euros. And for the final customer, we suggest a price of 35,000 euros. Following the patient outside the hospital, we are targeting also small rehab centers and therapies going at home. And in this case, we propose a pay-per-use model. So the fee depending on the hour that the robot is working. The fee is based on a hourly base use, and it's about 50 euro per hour. So it's a standard fee, like a normal therapy with a physiotherapist. So we are trying to maintain the cost really affordable because this kind of therapy should be performed for a larger number of patients and for a long period.
Thank you.
I hope. Okay.
We'll do. We're getting close to. Yes, very quickly. Please go ahead. Very quickly.
Okay, just for us to know, do you think that your solution will be
in fact,
one day
I'm
or
sorry,
another
we're going to have.
reimbursed?
I'm sorry, we're going to
Okay,
have to
sorry.
stop. In fact, I'm
Sorry.
sorry, we're running out of time and we have to respect the rules. Okay, thank you very much, jury. And thank you, Maria. Teresa, let's now return to Spain. We are going to meet Nuria Pastor. Now, Nuria is the CEO and co-founder of Human IT Care. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Nuria, you now have 5 minutes to pitch Human IT Care. Have a great time.
Thank you so much. So at Human IT Care, we are on a mission, which is to radically improve the healthcare system with data, because we want to improve the quality of life of patients. 4 years ago, when I was working in the hospital with chronic patients, we detected there was a big need there. In traditional care, when patients are discharged, they go home with a prescribed treatment and plan. During this treatment, patients need to constantly monitor their health, constantly monitor the progress during visits, and constantly monitor the potential complications. If they don't, there is a real chance they will end up back to the hospital. However, this process is highly inefficient. It takes 10 hours per patient for every single patient at week, and it is costly. The costs for the European Union are more than 700 billion of expenses in the chronic care. And this process is critical on heart failure. It is one of the most chronic diseases affecting 15 million of people in Europe, and the cost of heart failures accumulates 29 billion per year in the European Union. Moreover, COVID-19 has accelerated its demand, making a crowded healthcare system. So now is the time to change this paradigm. At Human IT Care, we are solving this by bringing hospital at home. We collect data for multiple existing medical devices as Omron, Veorer, and other well-known CMR brands, but the most important, we are unique because we bring intelligence into the data. Our AI proprietary algorithm that has been validated by more than 10 hospitals in Spain, especially in heart failure, have demonstrated that we can reduce the 40% of the cost into the hospital. The platform is highly interoperable, and that means that we can collect easily into the electronic health records. Where other systems need 6 months, we can do it in 10 days. And how it works? It is simple.
Most solutions try to implement all the solution in the electronic health records. We don't. We do an easy connection through our platform and through the doctor's platform with our API. We do an easy connection with the patients and doctors. So patients receive an SMS, they automatically log in the follow-up care plan, and then the doctors will be triggered through our AI algorithms if something is going to happen to these patients. Humanity Care has been listed in the Forbes and Business Insider this year as a promising startup in Europe, and also we have received 2.5 million from the European Commission for a very important grant, which is the EIT Accelerator. And how we are bringing value to healthcare. Let me show you an example. In one of the private and largest groups of Spain, Rivera Salud, we demonstrate that in heart failure patients, we were able to reduce the 33% of the visits to emergency and the 20% of the time in the readmissions. And the most important, patients and doctors are happy and safe with our solution. Humanity Care has a B2B model. We are working mainly with hospitals, private and clinics, and also with healthcare insurance. And as you have seen, we have started having our first revenues. We hope to keep growing for a value of revenues in the following years. And the most important, we have been working on validation and science, and we have demonstrated that there is a big willingness to pay of our solution. So what makes Humanity Care unique? What makes Humanity Care unique are mainly two things. Our AI analytics, we have a team of data science that are experts on machine learning and deep learning, and we have developed together with doctors these models. And the second thing is that we are an API first company. That means that we can easily connect our platform to our other existing platforms. So we broke the silos of information that are happening in our space. And just to finish, Humanity Care has also a very good team that really always listen to the patient's needs and improve their product. And just to finish, we have a team with a board expertise. We have the CFO of Sanofi in our board, Anna Kos. She has been working for more than 10 years in this area, and also Wayente. And we are a team of more than 20 people passionate about helping and changing the life of millions of patients with heart failure in the world. So if you want to join the next giant on connected health, please help us to make true that dream. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Nuria. Thank you for your great pitch. That's great. Let's now move over to our jury. And I would also like to mention that one member of the jury will refrain from scoring Human IT Care due to a conflict of interest. However, we are looking forward to hearing the questions from the other jurors. So please go ahead with the first question. Who would like to ask the first question? Yes, Susie. Susie, please go ahead.
Thank you for your presentation. I would like to go back to the fact that you mentioned that you go from 6 months down to 10 days with your solution. Could you elaborate on that? I mean, from what it is today, then what you can offer with your solution.
Okay, thank you, Susie, for your question. So I will put you an example to explain that question. So with one hospital, Can Rutis, one public hospital from Spain, what we have done is that we have an API. So they can request which kind of data they want from us. So instead of connecting all our system into the electronic health records as other companies do, what we do is we give permission with a key so they can connect easily to our system. So our API is bidirectional, and that means that the data flow of information, it can happen like more easy and also like more faster than it's done now.
Okay, so it's about the data flow and API that would actually make that possible.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Natalie, please ask your question.
Yes, thank you. How do you handle data privacy in your system, and also have you shown economic impact? I mean, reduction of economic burden.
Okay, thank you, Natalie, for your question. So first of all, for working with like all the hospitals that we are working, we have like passed like all the issues of quality. And related to that, what we do is that when we gather the data from the patients, we encrypt it in our cloud. And we don't have like a way to identify the ID from these patients because it's encrypted directly
into our server. And related to the second question, what we have done is we have measured like a lot of things in terms of the impact of the cost of the reduction cost that we can deliver. The first are like the visits in different parts of the hospitals, the emergency visits, and the visits that these kind of patients are generated due to this compensation. So this is the first one. But also we measure the impact of having like a better management of the medication. And these kind of patients, they used to have like a lot of discompensations with the first medications that they receive. So we also measure in a control group related to an experimental group what happens in both. And we were able to demonstrate that. In fact, this hospital has published like all the results in the website. So they are like better explained it there, just if you want to check there.
Yes, Diane, I think you have a question. Please go ahead.
Yes, I have a multi-part question, if I may. So first, you have probably noticed you're not the first remote monitoring company that we have heard about it today. So tell me more about competition and also differentiator for you. And then would you tell us a bit about your revenue model in terms of indeed pricing, but also then you are talking about devices. Are these devices that you provide? Are these things that the patients or hospitals will already have? So how does it work?
Okay, thank you so much for your question. So related to the competition, we know that this is a market that is growing, and that's good that the market is growing. But we differentiate. The first thing is that we are an API first solution, and that means that we are not like software. We are not just software. We are like, as for example, Amazon. It's also like a API first solution. So we have like a very modulable ways of connecting, and we have seen that most of these solutions, when we ask to the doctors, they are not like inside of the homework or electronic health records. So I think that our capability to connect easily to the electronic health records that is demonstrated in public hospitals as Kanruti and others, it's one of the things that make that human IT care can be implemented easily in the hospitals. And related to the second questions about the revenue model, we have a subscription per user. So our API have like a lot of calls when these patients are using the system, and then we have like a subscription for these calls. And of course, with for example, Omron and other companies like Fitbit, we have partners. And when a hospital needs like device, we offer together with this partner like a special price. But also it's good for us because these partners are bringing clients. So we are like a good relationship and a very interesting model with suppliers that bring clients, and we bring to these suppliers like also new ways to have like revenues.
Nuria, that is great. We have run out of time. Thank you, jury, and thank you, Nuria. We now have time to go to Finland. We're going to meet Petri Tre, who is the partner and commercial lead at Camu Health. Good afternoon, Petri.
Good afternoon. Hello, everyone.
It's great to have you with us at Catapult. It's now your turn to pitch. So you have 5 minutes and the floor is yours. Have a great time.
Thank you. I want to start by asking you to close your eyes for a moment. Take a deep breath. Feel the air filling your lungs. Now open your eyes. How did that feel? Pretty good, I guess, right? We tend to take it for granted that we actually can take a deep breath. But what if you couldn't? In fact, 1 in 10 people cannot. The reason? They suffer from chronic respiratory asthma. Living with asthma is a struggle. It's difficult to quantify our own health condition. Long-term tracking is tedious. Am I doing better than yesterday? The week before? How well is my medication working? How am I doing compared to others? Am I normal? How can an asthma patient predict an upcoming attack? They can't. Not until the symptoms have actually occurred. But then it's already too late. Workdays are missed, and in the worst case, patients need hospitalization. This is frustrating. Luckily, we here at Camu Health know how to help asthma patients. We give them control, we give them clear feedback, and we give them the motivation to stick to their prescribed self-care routine. The Finnish asthma program ran for 10 years, and it had incredible results. Although the number of asthma patients diagnosed with asthma doubled during that time, the cost associated to asthma was halved. Now, the same people, key people behind the asthma program, are also part of creating Catapult. They've joined with experts in developing and selling innovative software that people love to use. Together, we've built a company with a clear mission to provide the best preventive care solution for people with chronic respiratory conditions. Catapult is evidence-based, predictive, and a joy to use. It includes a smartphone application where the user manages her entire self-care routine. It comes with a personal spirometer, a reliable quantified view of the lung condition, and it has a backend for doctors and care personnel to use. At a glance, they can monitor the condition of every patient. But there is more. Each person generates data. That data is then enriched with external data, such as air quality information, weather forecasts, and other device data, in order to create personalized real-time alerts and daily forecasts, and to predict changes in the patient's condition. This keeps the patient coming back to the solution, which is key for helping them with their self-care routine. And our users love it. Our early results indicate that 70% of our users log in at least once per week and 50% twice or more. So who cares about this? The payers. In Germany, the cost of uncontrolled asthma is 2,700 euros per year. The cost for controlled asthma is 250. This makes asthma a big problem. The total cost of asthma for the European society is 72 billion euros every single year. The good thing is that much of that cost is avoidable if we do one thing: improve the control of asthma. And we can, through better self-care with Catapult. We're looking for 3 million euros to take the next step in our journey. In 2022, we will take Catapult to selected European markets to validate our business model. We will start with the Dutch and the German markets, offering a software as a service that's prescribed by the doctors, used by the patients, and paid by the insurers. Once validated, we will scale to more users and markets in 2023. Are we just about asthma? No, that's just the beginning. We've built a solution that can be equally well applied to COPD and other respiratory conditions. Now, we cannot cure these chronic diseases, but we can help to keep them under control. Thank you.
Thank you, Petri. Thank you so much for this excellent pitch. Let's turn to our jury to take their questions, please. Who would like to begin? We have 5 minutes. Diane, please ask your question.
Thanks a lot for this speech on this indeed very important disease. A question for you, can you clarify a bit more what it actually includes, your solution? So you indeed talked about the app and the spirometer, but then what does it do for the patients and the doctors? So how do you get to reduction then of costs?
Yeah, that's a great question. So from our side, we supply an application that the person uses, and it obviously has that personal spirometer. So all of our solution, it's a medical grade device so that a doctor can make clinical decisions based on what they see. But what we utilize is that quantified measurement data that we get through the spirometer, but we combine that with other types of external data, which could be the weather forecasts and other information, or there could be devices that's larger or even startup companies offer today to monitor nighttime coughing and similar aspects that then provide information to the system. And our system then uses that data from various sources to analyze and predict how is that patient doing long term, so that the proper care instructions can be given by the doctor.
Thank you. Let's go for a new question. Yes, please, Catherine.
Yeah, just perhaps I missed it, but could you remind us what kind of amount are you searching for the next round?
We're looking for 3 million euros to take the next steps.
Yes, Susie, please ask your question.
Thank you. I would like to know a little more about the competition, the landscape of competition. And this is an app, so who else is providing something like this?
So there are some providers out there that have similar solutions in terms that there might be a spirometer, for example, and some of our competitors are maybe more focused on the hardware that they're providing, an application and a hardware to basically take measurements, which we see as only part of the solution that we want to do. So for us, such companies are partners, really. We can use their hardware and solutions to really get data into our solution. Our purpose is to utilize as much data as possible to help making the right care decisions for the patient.
Thank you.
I believe, Miguel, you have a question. Yep. Miguel, you are on mute. Unmute, please.
Am I?
Go ahead now.
We can hear you.
Please ask
Now?
your question. Yeah.
Yeah, can you hear me? Great. Yeah, could you develop a little bit more the data use of agreement that the potential users would try to sign, and whether there is any business model also around the data you are storing from the patients? Thank you.
That's an excellent question, and two sides to that. So the data usage, if you're referring to that, so the patients on our side control the data that they want to share with doctors, for example. So they are in control of their own data. We use anonymized data from the whole patient population to draw conclusions, if you will. But definitely the last aspect you mentioned, the data itself, that's part of our business model long term, that we generate a lot of value based on data for various different actors, not just necessarily for the doctor, but could be for pharmaceutical companies and other actors that would be keen on understanding, for example, how their medication is working in real life conditions.
Yes, Natalie, ask your question, please.
Yes. What is your immediate next step right now in your?
Yeah, we're starting piloting the business model and to basically generate medical evidence of the efficacy of the solution in Germany and in the Netherlands, so that we can get the doctors on our side.
Thank you very much indeed. That wraps up our Q&A with the jury and Camus Health. It's now time to go to Germany again and to meet Jürgen Stein. Jürgen is the managing director at Mentelis. Good afternoon, Jürgen.
Good afternoon.
It's lovely to have you with us at Catapult. So you know the rules. You've got 5 minutes to pitch Mentelis, and we wish you a great pitch. The floor is yours.
The time right after my hospital stay was the worst time of my life. Claire, 42, mental health patient. In hospital she was treated, she was stabilized, and she got better. But patients like Claire need seamless aftercare. most times, they don't get it. The consequence? Rehospitalization. 20%, 1 in 5 returns to hospital within 3 months. Within a year, it's 1 in 3. It's the same for Claire. Claire left hospital and she found it difficult to know where to go for help, especially as she was still feeling pretty fragile. And in her town, there isn't much help anyway. So Claire is a loser here, but not the only one. We have a lose-lose-lose. Second losers are clinics. You might think clinics like rehospitalizations because of higher intake. Wrong. Intake is not the problem. The problem is discharge. Third losers are health insurers, whose costs are huge. For example, in Germany, the average stay in hospital for someone like Claire costs 10,000 euros. The total cost? 10 billion euros every single year. It costs insurers, it costs society, it costs the patient. So is there a better solution? There is. Mentalis Digital Aftercare, a blended care offering. But what makes it so special? Well, it combines an app that's low threshold for the patient, that really works, that's scientifically proven, that offers medium to large effect sizes, with psychological telesupport that helps patients to stay motivated, that gives them feedback, and that supports them to get into further care. Clinics and health insurers tell us the key benefit is our process innovation. We integrate clinics technically and procedurally. But what does that mean? Well, we change Claire's experience. Before Claire even leaves the hospital, she can download the app. Within a week, she can get a first appointment with her telecoach, and she can start using the app right away with micro-interventions to build on her success. So she receives seamless aftercare. We even support Claire to get into further care after Mentalis. We offer products for depression, for borderline personality disorder, for eating disorders, for affect regulation, and for alcohol addiction. With more in development. Right now, our products can cover up to 80% of the patients. But this is not just about Claire. In Germany, we're talking about over 1 million patients a year. In Europe, more than 5 million. Our estimated market potential is more than 1 billion euro. Where are we now? We've conducted 11 RCTs. We've seen over 1,000 patients. We are contracting with clinics and health insurers. And how did we get here? It is with the trust of our over 40 partners. As university spin-off, research is in our DNA. We've received research grants of over 1 million euros and started our 11th clinical trial in September, with more on the way. We are a medical device manufacturer. We won Digital Health Award. We won Healthy Hub. We won Health Eye Award. We completed a successful seed round. We entered the market. We are contracting with hospitals and health insurers who pay for our solution. We are rolling out in Germany now. Europe will follow region by region. By doing what we do, we turn lose-lose-lose into win-win-win. First win, patients get into safe hands. Second win, health insurers save billions. Third win, patients like Claire get the aftercare they need and that they deserve. This is a true story. I personally know Claire. You probably know someone like Claire yourself. We want to help all patients like Claire all over Europe. We are Mentalis. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jürgen, for your excellent pitch. Let's turn to the jury to hear their questions, please. Who would like to begin? Natalie, Catherine.
Yes,
Natalie first.
Thank you for your presentation. Yes, thank you for your presentation. You say you're, I wasn't sure exactly about your product because you mentioned an app, then you mentioned some psychological support, but you say you're a medical device manufacturer, and then I said, what do you manufacture? And I mean, if it's just an app, I don't know what are you manufacturing, and also do you provide the specialists doing the psychological support, or this is done by the hospital? So where, you know, kind of who does what?
No, we do both. Actually, our app itself is CE marked, so it is a medical device. Therefore, we are a medical device manufacturer. But we accompany the app by psychological telesupport, because for our patients that are severely impacted by their illness, they usually need telesupport. They usually need personal touch, personal support, and as in addition to an app.
So you hire these people, you hire doctors.
We have some people, some of our psychologists are hired on board to have a nucleus to secure the quality. We also work with freelance psychologists that work for us. So we are the one that brings the solution to the patient.
Mm-hmm. Catherine, please ask your question, then Susie.
Yeah, my question is more about your customers. So is it hospitals? You also mentioned insurers or patients. So who do you need to convince first?
Well, at Mentalis, we have a B2B approach. So we have cooperation agreements with hospitals. They will refer patients to our product, and we have reimbursement contracts with health insurers. At the end, they will pay. So for us, it's important for the patient to get a low threshold with trust into the app. So therefore, they are collected from the hospital already, put into the app, and are accompanied by our psychologists.
Yes, Susie, your turn for your question, please.
Thank you for a good presentation on a very interesting topic. I would like to hear a little bit more about the team, because since you are both providing an app as a medical device, and on the other hand, you also have to work on recruiting doctors in the mental health field for doing the, I would call it, after sales service for the patients. How does your organization look? Because it seems like it must be quite a big organization in order to do all these different things that you have to make sure you can provide.
Yes. So at the moment, we are 22 people here at Mentalis working here. And we have in the management board, we have all skills that we need for our business. I myself, I'm the business guy. We have Alex Plona, who is the IT guy. And right next to me here is sitting my colleague, Dr. Lucas, who is a psychologist, Dr. Lucas, who also worked in hospital and knows the discharge problem from his own practice.
Okay.
Natalie, would you like to come back with a question?
I just had another question.
Also
so how do you scale this up, and what about language? What about the different languages? I mean, how are you going to scale this? And you know, in different. Yes. I mean, I don't know what language you started. I guess English or German. I don't know where you are from, but yeah, how do you do this?
So we are surely scaling up. Actually, at the moment, we are entering the market, and we have closed several contracts. So scaling is in the near future, not in the mid or far future. We're scaling it up. Probably the question is about the recruitment of psychologists. We have partners here in the university in Bavaria, in Germany, all over Germany. One of our board members is also a professor at the university. So we have access to freshly finished students from university who typically also go into education to a psychotherapist. So these are the people that are highly educated that we at Mentalis ourselves also certify ourselves as medical, as telecoach as well. So we can do this by accessing, yeah.
Sonia, very quickly, can you jump in with your question?
Just very quickly, yeah. There are some of, or the most of the DIGAs in Germany are in this field, I think. They're more about in front care. So just shortly, what is the difference?
We are not a DIGA because DIGAs cannot give the personal telecoaches to the people. So we do single contracts with health insurers.
we will have to end it there. Thank you very much indeed to the jury and Jürgen for a very rich exchange around this interesting subject. So we are now going to France and we're going to meet Julien Vidal. Good afternoon, Julien. Julien is the co-founder and CEO at AZMed. He will tell us which way to say it. Good afternoon, Julien. I think you need to unmute, Julien. So we cannot hear you for the moment. If you can... All right. It would be lovely to hear you. This, of course, will be our... this will be, of course, our final pitch, meaning that we have listened to 12 pitches from the top digital health startups currently in Europe. We are trying to connect now with Julien to be sure that we can hear him perfectly. Let's have another try. Good afternoon, Julien. Good to have you with us. This is our last time for listening to the startup pitch. So, as you know, 5 minutes to pitch. And if you are ready, the floor is yours.
La inteligencia artificial es el futuro de la salud. What if AI could revolutionize the healthcare industry? We all heard about all the problems AI could solve, and especially in radiology. The amount of medical images has surged by 100% during the last decade, while the number of radiologists has stagnated. And firstly, it seems complicated to limit the number of images produced as the world population gets older and bigger. And secondly, it takes 15 years to train a radiologist and there's no sign we'll do more. So how can we close this gap? Well, usually a radiologist sees something like this to diagnose a patient. At AZMed, we make sure he sees something like this, so we can go faster and be more accurate thanks to Revolve. Revolve is detecting any fracture in lung or cardiac abnormalities, which means 80% of the X-rays produced. And it has concrete ROIs. Clinical studies show that radiologists gain 36% of time and 20% of sensitivity. Many companies try to tackle this issue. The problem is big players are not AI specialists, so they partner with companies like us, as we already did with most of them. And startups deeply struggle to penetrate this market and find the right entry point. At AZMed, we couldn't take this market faster, and I will show you how. In 1 year and a half, we've put AI into the hands of thousands of radiologists all around the world. We are used by 250 hospitals, radiology centers, and clinics in 12 countries. And with our subscription model, we've managed to generate an 80% quarterly growth since our launch. We did all of that with a very limited sales force, so I'll spend the last minutes to show you how we took this market. So let's take an example. To provide an AI solution to 3 different hospitals, a normal AI company would use a dataset to train a single algorithm and would put it in production. Problem is, the performances of this algorithm could be tremendously different from one client to another, depending on the machines they use, the patients they treat, or the habits they have. At AZMed, we do it a bit differently. We gathered 7 million X-rays not to build one single algorithm, but hundreds of them. Then our job is to match the best algorithms for the environment of each hospital. And the best part is that we automated most of this process. So a fast go-to-market and this automatic customization allow us to have a conversion rate above 90% and to have raised so far $4 million. All of that gives us the ambition to increase even more our resources and triple our yearly revenues in the years to come. We take the market also thanks to the legal barriers we passed. Revolve has been the very first solution to be CE marked in its category, and we don't have the FDA yet, but we are 80% there to become the very first company to commercialize such a product overseas. Most of all, we take the market because we know how to do it. Eli, our doctor, has spent more than 9 years in hospitals facing all the issues we're solving. Alex, our mathematician, already applied AI to breast cancer detection and cardiac MRI. Now it's 25 deep learning researchers, software engineers, and healthcare professionals from the very best schools that have joined us. So now, I want you to remember 3 takeaways today. We've built the very first solution CE mark in its category. We found the right strategy to be used at scale. And we now have the vision to become the trusted tech partner for any doctor analyzing any medical image anywhere in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Julian, for your first-class pitch. We have now our 5-minute Q&A with our international jury. Let's go and meet them. Jury, hello. Who would like to begin? I think Miguel has a question to start off. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Congrats on the project.
I think we have some sound issues. Can you hear Julian? Can you hear him?
I cannot hear the question, sorry.
No. Could we have the question again, please, Miguel?
Okay, sorry. Sure. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes, cool. Yeah, I was wondering how the matching between the patient and the algorithm is actually performed in order to find the most suitable one.
Yes, thank you for the question. We have, as I said, a 7 million data set, and this data set comes from all around the world, so from Africa, Europe, South America, and North America mainly. And we train first the algorithm on very subtle fractures thanks to the 60 radiologists that are being part of the annotation process. So we trained it on some very subtle pediatric fractures and also bone tearings that are very hard to find. And for each image, we have 3 radiologists from this pool that annotates every image. And we take the ground truth from those 3 radiologists every time so that we are the closer possible to the ground truth and then train our algorithm on solid basis.
Okay. Thanks.
Diane, and then Sonia. Diane, please ask your question.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for this speech, Julien. A question, well, a double question from my side. Can you tell us more about your business model? And also, I find it indeed very interesting that you got so quickly in the market. You have already quite nice revenues and news, of course. But is that good, or is it? Does it mean that you're easily replaced then by the next upcoming company that would be just in development now?
Thank you very much for the question. So the business model is an annual subscription, and the pricing is depending on the range of X-rays that is produced by the client. And yes, we had quite a large use for 18 months of commercialization. We just the chance that we had is that we think we found the right entry point, meaning that the fracture detection on the X-rays first is made by 90% of the medical images structure. And no one likes to do that, and no radiologist has the time to do that. So we really found a good entry point now. To replace us, you have to build 3 years of R&D for such an algorithm to obtain the certification. and then to also be able to be competitive and replace us in every center that we signed already. So yes, it would be doable, but from what we achieved so far, we now want to achieve more and develop more products and enlarge even more our customer bases.
Susie, would you like to ask your question?
Yes, thank you so much for a very nice presentation. You mentioned that you are in 250 hospitals in 12 countries. That sounds really impressive. So what is the next step of your go-to-market strategy? And what are you focusing on some specific areas globally, or are you just going to go for the global thing?
Yeah, this is one of the top questions we ask ourselves now. The go-to-market strategy for us is first a direct strategy, so we sell directly the product to key opinion leaders, and then we benefit from this network effects to reach each geography that we prioritize. So for now, it's Europe and the US. So it's very large basically, but we really want to tackle first every KOLs from every country or regions on those areas, and then sign indirect deals with big players. So we did that 2 months ago with General Electric all around the world, so that they can distribute us for all their clients. Goal is to do the same to speed even more the process.
Quickly, a final question, please. Very quickly. Yeah, Sonia?
I mean, I can ask how you provocatively mentioned that you are doing better than Philips because they don't have AI stuff. I think that will change. So how are you seeing your long-term future? Because I think they will catch up at some point and they have more money than you do.
I thank you very much. I don't get if there was a question. Sorry.
No, I said, yeah, sorry. It's okay. I mean, we're running out of time. I'm sorry. It's fine.
Sorry.
All right. Well,
no.
Okay, Julian. So thank you very much, jury. Thank you for the quality of your questions all day. And we have now listened to 12 amazing startups in digital health who have given some, super pitches from the morning when we started until now at the end of our startup pitch sessions. We are at 2:30 going to move into the networking session. You know where to contact on the networking platform, matchmaking platform, #EITH Catapult. This is a fabulous opportunity in order to meet, make contacts and start some fantastic conversations. There will then be, after that, a break, which will take us through until 16:45. And at 16:45, we will be meeting for the final 2 expert insights, going into the German DIGA model and disruptive technologies on the oncology landscape. Stay with us for that. We then, of course, have, after that, coming up at 5 o'clock, the awards ceremony. So we wish you a really good afternoon. Don't forget a cup of tea, cup of coffee, whatever you like, and we'll see you later on at 16:45. Hello again, welcome back. And we are going to be joined now by our third expert insight speaker. The German fast-track reimbursement for digital health applications has been in operation for around a year now. And what are the lessons that could be learned from that? Well, Marco Wendel from the Medical Valley Digital Health Application Center in Germany is joining us to tell us just that.
Hi everybody, I'm Marco, the CEO of DMAC, and I welcome everybody here to this final event from EIT Health's Catapult. It's a pleasure for me to be here as I was long years part of the EIT Health's Catapult and working together with Anna for all the teams, and now I'm here as an expert, so pretty exciting for me. I want to give you or share some expert insights today on the German DiGA model and the learnings from 1 year of DiGA experience across Germany. I want to take you back a few years, 3 years, 4 years, how the situation in Germany was. So Germany was always seen as a kind of big market for digital health and med tech companies. Due to the pure size, so Germany is spending around 12% of its GDP in health. So due to the pure size of Germany and the spending, so big market. But what is in for digital health companies? Looking on the digital health index, you see Germany pretty poor. So really a backbencher, so not really digitalized healthcare system. Estonia is better, Denmark is better, Spain is better, England is better, everybody is better than Germany, or was better than Germany. Problem seen, problem solved. In 2019, our former Federal Minister of Health, Jens Spahn, introduced the Digital Healthcare Act, the so-called in German Digitale Versorgungsgesetz. Said it was is an act, a law that fosters the digitalization of the German healthcare system. And one especial interesting topic was included in this Digital Healthcare Act, and that's the app on prescriptions, the so-called DiGAs. This was come into force in December 2019 and more or less opened a market for access to 73 million insured persons. And the 73 million insured persons in the statutory health insurance system. So one market access scheme for 73 million people. It fostered patient-centered applications in the healthcare sector that are supporting disease management, must be medical devices of lower risk class, and are prescribable by physicians and psychotherapists to patients with ICD-10 codes. So no primary prevention, but really just topics for disease management. And for those manufacturers that are fulfilling this medical device of lower risk class and patient-centeredness, and the focus on ICD-10 code, this DiGA development or this DiGA scheme was made. The problem is you just have to, or if it is a problem, I don't know, but you just have to successfully pass an application at a public body called BfArM. And once you have passed this application, you're accepted as a DiGA and listed in the DiGA directory. So long story short, this application is, of course, not so easy. Taking a look at the BfArM's assessment procedure. So you as the manufacturers of a digital health application are working on an application together with the BfArM. They are advising, they are examining, and so you're applying. If you're fulfilling all the requirements regarding security, functionality, quality, data protection, data security, interoperability, plus you can show a positive care effect, be it a medical benefit or a structural and procedural improvement, you can be accepted to be listed in the DiGA directory. There are two ways of showing this positive care effect. That's more or less on a kind of trend analysis where you can show, yeah, I will make this or I will meet this positive care effect. Then you can apply for this preliminary admission. If you can already show the evidence on this positive care effect, you can apply for permanent admission. If you're applying for preliminary admission and are accepted, you have 12 months time for plausible justification of the positive care effects via a study. And once you are accepted and the study results are good, you are then in the permanent listing. That's the DPharm's assessment procedure. Taking a look at this in Germany, after 1 year, in total 106 DIGA applications have been successfully filed. From this 106 DIGA applications, so far just 24 made it to the DIGA directory. Another around 50 to 60 were rejected, and other 24 are currently under examination. So it's a rather hard evaluation process. Not everybody will make it. Here you see the 24 successful listed DIGAs. You see Self-AP was very successful, listed 3, the other ones always 1. And this is a complete mixture of ICD-10 codes from tinnitus, depression, migraine, diabetes, adipositas, oncology. These are all apps that can be prescribed by doctors. As it was a completely new digital health application, market access law, and a complete new reimbursement scheme, there was lots of unclearness at the beginning. There was a complete new evidence or generation scheme called positive care effects. That was the outcomes of the studies. Nobody knew what a positive care effect was, and nobody knew how to show evidence. The question was also, what is a reasonable price? The manufacturer is allowed to set the price for 1 year, completely free under a certain threshold. And yeah, the question is, for my app that I perhaps formerly had offered in a kind of freemium model, what price can I set for the reimbursement? And the other one was, as Germany was not really digitalized in healthcare, will DIGA itself be accepted? Will DIGAs as kind of medical apps be accepted as a kind of treatment method? So lots of unclearness and lots of learnings from the last year. How to show the evidence of positive care effects? I mean, as I mentioned, positive care effects were a rather new evaluation scheme. So they chose for the medical benefits that are pretty well known, so the improvement of the state of health or the improvement in the quality of life. But they also defined patient-relevant improvement of structural and procedural outcomes, like, for example, the adherence or the patient safety, patient autonomy, health literacy, and there is a question how to measure or show the evidence of this positive care effect. Taking a look at the last year and on the successfully passed DIGAs, it's shown that all 24 listed DIGAs use randomized controlled trials to demonstrate the benefit. So 24 of 24 listed DIGAs follows this way. This is one of the more known evidence generation methods. It's giving a strong evidence. The question is still open, and this is not clear. How to measure the patient-relevant improvement of structural and procedural outcome measures, because there normally the RCTs don't work. But this is not proven yet. What we can say after 1 year is 100% use RCT. So RCT is a gold standard for evidence generation. Those manufacturers of DIGAs that want to become more or less a DIGA and follow this DIGA application now know, okay, show the medical benefit, make an RCT, and you can't make anything wrong. Second problem was, what is a reasonable price? I mean, I already mentioned the price can be set by the DIGA manufacturer for 1 year, up to a maximum price. The price is somehow calculated on the basis of the manufacturer price, connected to comparative prices from other countries. The maximum price is rather high. There are differences or a broad range of prices that were set by the DIGA manufacturer. So from 119 euros to 743 euros. And this is per prescription. And for, in most cases, a period of 90 days use. And after this 90 days, when the treatment has not brought an effect and you get a re-prescription, then it's the same price again. And this all for 1 year, for the first year. Afterwards, there is a price negotiated. This will be under this manufacturer set price. But for the first year, you can go up to this maximum price. The problem was this high price for an app set in 75% of cases hasn't yet shown evidence because you're in this primary listing and performing the study now was seen from the prescribers as too high. And so acceptance for prescribing was not so high. This was being seen also by the official bodies, and now they are currently arbitrating this maximum price, and I think in the future it will go down. Just for one example, if you have a price of 400 euros and have 1,000 prescriptions per month, it's just pure math. So you get really high reimbursement without having any competition because you're in the system. And this is, of course, nice for the manufacturers. The third learning, or the third question was, will DIGAs be accepted? And that's still a controversial discussion. Currently, after 1 year, 50,000 apps on prescriptions were done. So the pure number 50,000 is, of course, high, but not too high. Thinking about or discussing with the manufacturers, they are fully okay with the number of prescriptions. Of course, 50,000 for 73 million people is not a high number, but the proof of concept has been done. DIGA is somehow accepted. The question is still how to push these numbers. And there is still a big skepticism amongst the prescribers due to this high price and in many cases a lack of evidence. So if the evidence is shown, they are accepting also a high price. And a lack of knowledge on DIGA in general from the prescribers. So not everybody knows about DIGA, not everybody knows how to prescribe DIGA after 1 year. So the solution is really education and training from the manufacturers that are successfully DIGAs. They are always trying to educate and train the doctors and go into discussion amongst the problems with this lack of evidence and so on. And this has a positive effect now. And the number of prescriptions are steadily rising. So what I can say is that in Germany, the scheme has more or less, or the DIGA scheme has more or less brought the proof of concept. So it's there. It will not go again, from my opinion. It will increase the number of prescriptions will increase, the number of DIGAs will increase. So Germany is on a good way to use really this digital therapeutics in the broad care. Germany was there a kind of forerunner and was now examined or identified by several other countries. So currently 20 other countries are discussing the implementation of a DIGA-related scheme. What is nice? Of course, it's great to have somehow also other countries that are implementing this digital therapeutics. France, I mean, everybody could have heard of it, has announced to introduce the DIGA scheme in 2022. Lots of money put in there. So France will be the second country in Germany what has this DIGA scheme. Luxembourg will follow, as far as I've heard. Others are discussing. And there is currently lots of pan-European harmonization talks started. amongst several countries, I think it's 10, that want to harmonize a STIGA regulation across Europe. The general technical requirements are already harmonized. It's about MDR and GDPR. When you're fulfilling this criteria, you may sell in general your medical device or your digital health application across Germany. The question is really, will there be somewhen an evidence generation scheme harmonized on European level that makes it easy for the manufacturers of digital health solutions, when they have shown the evidence for one market access in one country, that they use this evidence also in the market access of other countries, that would speed up all the market entries. This would lower the costs because they don't have to make studies for each market access. This is necessary, and there are currently many people thinking about. Together, we also as DMAC are in these working groups somehow integrated. So what is really interesting is, will there be same standards on the evidence generation for DIGAs for whole Europe? What is a missing cornerstone besides the technical requirements? That kind of general overview, general European digital health application market access scheme will be implemented across Europe. I'm pretty confident that within the next 2 or 3 years, we will have this general European harmonized system, and that we will have an easier market access for all digital health startups within Europe. Thanks for listening to me. It was a pleasure.
Thank you, Marco. It was a pleasure to listen to you here at Catapult. Well, the Digital Health Semi-Finals Awards ceremony is nearly here, but not just yet. We have our final expert insight speakers, both of whom are from AstraZeneca, joining us this afternoon to inform us more about the disruptive technologies today and how they will affect the oncology landscape today and in the future. We are joined by David Della Monica, who is the Digital and Innovation Oncology Europe and Canada of AstraZeneca. And he is joined by Hassan Naqvi, who is the lead of Global Digital Health. So David and Hassan, welcome to Catapult, and over to you.
So guys, I'm really happy to be with you tonight. So I'm David Della Monica. I'm heading the Digital and Innovation for Europe. And I'm tonight with my friend Hassan.
Thank you, David, for inviting me to this. Very happy to be part of this conversation. My name is Hassan Naqvi, and I lead digital health initiatives and strategy on the global level for AstraZeneca.
So thanks so much. And so we are really proud to be part of these events and this whole process with Catapult and the EITLs. AstraZeneca is part of the EITLs for years. And we are proud to be part of this huge European community of innovators. So really the idea of the talk today is to discuss with Hassan some different topics. And one of the topics that we think is important for all the companies that are applying for these fantastic events and prize, this is really to understand how we see the drives of our digital transformation at AstraZeneca. So I will ask the question to Hassan because he's leading this component in his globally. So Hassan, what do you have in mind when we talk about the drive of this digital transformation for AstraZeneca in the oncology setting?
Yeah, so that's an excellent question, David. A couple of different things. The first thing, of course, first and foremost, is the timing of the conversation that we're having. We are in hopefully a post-COVID world, and COVID has opened up opportunities in the digital health sphere that make discussions like this possible. So what I mean by that is there was and has been for a fair amount of time a aspiration towards more connected health and end-to-end solutioning of providing value beyond the pill. However, the various stakeholders in that ecosystem of patients, providers, provider institutions, payers, governments, and of course, biopharmaceutical companies such as ourselves, we have not exactly been in alignment because digital was something nice to do, but it wasn't seen as something which was vital. Because of COVID and the unprecedented load on care facilities that COVID as a pandemic has caused, and the need for doing self-triage and self-care to relieve those hospitals and provider institutions of that load, it opens up new vistas. Not only does it open up new vistas, but it also provides greater alignment on looking at value-based healthcare in a holistic perspective. So it's not just medication. It is the medication, it's the efficacy of that medication, and how much farther can we take that if we provide appropriate support both to the patients and to the providers. And this is the background in which digital transformation kind of really comes to the fore. Now that we have a little bit more buy-in because of this alignment between stakeholders, there is also this opportunity to push the envelope and move forward. So what I mean by that, as an example, is digital. A couple of years ago, we probably would have thought of that as repeat process automation, for example, and those adding in a little bit of intelligence on top of that repeat process automation. So that would be things like customized messaging, data-driven outreach, which is something that we call omnichannel at this stage, and that is completely fine. But now we're coming up to an arena where having insights, having the availability of insights as well as sign-on from the various stakeholders in the ecosystem provides us an opportunity to transform healthcare delivery overall. So it's not just the messaging piece of it, it's the patient care piece of it. And for the first time in history, I think, players such as AstraZeneca, pharma companies, have a role to play, not only a role to play, but to lead in that. So it is a tremendous opportunity. And with that tremendous opportunity, of course, come pretty meaningful challenges, not the least of which is, of course, change management, both inside the organization as well as outside.
So I think it's fantastic. And just for me to add that for the one who don't know this part of AstraZeneca, AstraZeneca Oncology is a leader in oncology, quite a new leader. And we have a lot of different type of therapeutic area where we are really in needs of partnering, understanding the ecosystem. For example, in lung cancer, for example, in breast cancer. And again, I think we need to understand that the ecosystem, innovation ecosystem is for us key to tackle. I have another question for you, Hassan, based on your previous points. How do you see the future of this collaboration? Because we will be in front of a lot of companies, and most of these companies has different type of technologies. If I'm just saying multi-omics, disease understanding, drug design, synthesis, personalized medicine, imaging, clinical trial, where do you see the maximum impact of this new technology that as a company we could benefit of partnering?
Yeah, that's a very interesting question, David. From my perspective, the impact could be maximized across the board, but let's look at it from the path of least resistance, or kind of what the first kind of pathway of entry would be, and that would probably be in the clinical trials arena. And that's because historically, digital transformation in clinical trials has been happening for the past several years. It is a controlled environment of a cohort of patients in a controlled care setting. So it is relatively easy, as opposed to the real world, to bring in technologies, try them out, test them out, and move them forward. And I think that it's a wonderful way to test out some of the very innovative approaches that these startup companies will be bringing. So one of the things that has happened in healthcare is we have started with conventional approaches and tried to make them better. For example, when we talk about oral adherence, for example, oral medication adherence, and AstraZeneca is one of those companies that not only manufactures oral oncolytics, but for the patient journey, we're also dependent on other oral medications and adherence to that for those patients to have a positive outcome. And oral adherence has been dependent on smart bottles and glow caps and smart blister packs and those kind of things. And that has been happening for a while. And that is a good approach, but that is not the entirety of the approach. The smart blister pack, the smart bottle cap is one aspect of it. And what it tells us is whether that particular packaging was picked up or whether that bottle was open or not. But there are other aspects that go into determining the adherent order of the taking of medication at the right time, et cetera. That includes a survey for those patients, that includes perhaps apps, perhaps wearables. There are smart pills that are coming along with sensors in them, et cetera, et cetera. And all of that is fantastic and it is great, but if we were to release that out into the real world, we wouldn't know what success would look like necessarily. And it would be too chaotic to do that. So what I would suggest is that we start in, and that is what we are doing, and by we, I mean industry overall. What we are doing is starting off with these highly innovative technologies, starting them off in the clinical trials arena, and then having a transition over into the real world. And a couple of different points to consider over here. Number one, we are at an inflection point where, as I mentioned earlier, we were using more traditional, more conventional technologies to solve medical issues. Now we're coming to a point where digital innovation in healthcare takes a life all of its own. So it's not going to borrow anymore from best practices from other arenas. It's going to invent its own solutions for its own problems. Is the first piece of this. The second piece of this is this newly open environment, particularly in Europe. So access to health data, the EU initiatives in digital health, the fact that the EU itself is a consortium of several countries in Europe. So the promise of proving out new technologies in concert with these startup companies, particularly in Europe, is tremendously powerful. And I'm very excited to see where this goes.
Oh, clearly, it's really smart, and really we see in the panel of the startups some companies working in early diagnosis and digital diagnosis, precision medicines, and developing some really interesting algorithm to identify patients with risk of relapse. But also some really interesting R&D systems that are using artificial intelligence. So Hassan, I think it will be the last question because we have limited time. How do you see Europe is really kind to move with this patient identification, early diagnosis, and but all of this embedded in this high value care or valuable health care, if you prefer. How do you see this? How can AstraZeneca could be really a high value care player in Europe, and how we can partner with all these companies?
Yeah, that's a great question, David. Thank you for that. So the opportunity that we have is in our agility. AstraZeneca is a very agile company. It is new to leadership in oncology, particularly in the field of lung cancer. And that agility comes to AstraZeneca a little bit naturally in terms of building partnerships. So a number of our medications are built and developed in partnership with other companies and also brought to the market in partnerships with various consortia. And I think that is something that we pull into digital as well. We have the capabilities, especially as various stakeholders within the ecosystem align, hospital systems, providers, patient groups, payers, and government and policymaking organizations as well, to lead and make the case for digitally driven healthcare and healthcare improved outcomes. So, for example, you were talking about, and we can go through several different parts of the patient journey. So let's start at the detection and screening side of things. Europe is, as a whole, predominantly uses CT scans to screen for lung cancer, which is fantastic. And I think that if we layer on a AI-driven layer on top of that to automatically detect incidental pulmonary nodules, as an example, that would be great. And that is something which is happening. There's a number of companies that are doing that. But the disconnect is, how do we ensure follow-up in the institutions? And by we, I mean healthcare, the healthcare industry overall, right? So how can we facilitate the follow-up from detection to referral back to the primary care physician, referral to the medical oncologist, referral and connection of the radiation oncologist to the MDT, et cetera, et cetera. That is a part of digital which has a disconnect, and that is an arena where we can add tremendous value and accelerate that. And of course, in the act, as we bring other parts of the ecosystem along with us, make the case for sustaining that change through reimbursement, through payments, right? AstraZeneca can't do it all on its own. It needs the support of different players in the ecosystem to do that. Now we come to the treatment part of the patient journey, and that is where we need what Ethan Bash called intense surveillance of the patients. And intense surveillance of the patients is not just having an app ping them from time to time and saying, how are you feeling, what's wrong, what's right, et cetera, but it is backed by the care team, and the care team providing appropriate advice and intervention to those patients. And what that means is integrating into the care team workflow so that they don't have additional work to do by looking at another screen to track their patients, but they have the patient statuses coming in automatically integrated into their workflow, and all they have to do is make the right decisions and kind of move from them, enabling that intense surveillance, which in turn leads to improved quality of life and improved overall survival. And then the third piece of this is for the patients themselves, addressing and solving issues that the patients feel, everything from financial toxicity, so to issues of motivation, to their wellness as well. And that is an opportunity where different companies, and AstraZeneca and pharmaceutical companies could certainly be one of them, in concert with digital players and partners, can reach out directly to those patients to help them with their wellness and help them with their outcomes. I am conscious of the time, so I'll stop talking over here and see, David, if that answer landed in accordance.
No, I think it's perfect, and I would like to thank all the audience, because I think again we are happy to listen from feedback, and we are really proud to be part of this Catapult program, and all the projects are doing fantastically well. We are proud to have these 3 prizes that we will give to this the winner, in fact, that we selected. But again, I think it's all are doing a fantastic job, and we are proud to be part of this oncology journey. So thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, David and Hassan, for joining us at Catapult and the Digital Health semi-finals. And now, after an exciting day, full of inspiring pitches, some amazing startups, the moment has arrived for us to be able to start our Catapult Awards ceremony. Yes, everybody is here. The jury have deliberated and decided. The sponsors are here with their prizes. And now it's a great pleasure for me to give the floor to the very best person to lead our award ceremony, Kurt Huller. Kurt, over to you.
Thank you so much, Alison. And indeed, it's a great pleasure after these 3 days, now on the final day, to announce the semi-final winners that will proceed and will move on to the finals. But before that, let me just recap what we did in the last couple of days and also today. So we have seen a lot of great startups, but we also have seen very interesting and very important keynotes and insights. So thank you, David and Hassan, for sharing your insights about the importance of what we actually do and what patient impact also matters. Thank you also so much to Marco from the DMAC and pointing out the DIGAs in Germany. And actually, we want to develop that further into a European DHAS, digital health applications that we want to roll out. And let me just briefly point out on that, because I think on the day where we talk about digital health, that is really important. So EIT Health really made the connection between the German health insurance or healthcare sector, especially the German Ministry of Health, and the French Ministry of Health. And we explained, our French director, Jean-Marc Bourret, explained to the French colleagues how well the German system functioned. And then immediately at one of our events in Paris, President Macron announced that he just wants to replicate the German DIGA system also for France. And that was kind of an initial kickoff for joint meetings. And right after that, we had a follow-up meeting with 9 countries, representatives from 9 countries in Germany, where we discussed how we could roll out the German DIGA system into those 9 countries. So we will use the next 6 months to really see how we can have a system that leads to a single market, so that digital health applications can be prescribed and reimbursed across countries. So something that is still a clear disadvantage compared to other large markets, large single markets like the US. We want to catch up, especially in that very fast, very quick digital health applications market. So looking forward to see what's coming up next year, but just want to also say here in the semifinals at this very important moment that we are also working on improving the framework conditions for many of the startups that have pitched today. I'd like also to point out one great success story that we had. On the day 1, I announced that Phagomed was acquired by BioNTech, but I also want to say and point out that one of the digital health winners of 2020 was acquired, and that was Patch AI. So that is 2 companies from the 2020 batch that got acquired and really showed that what they invented and what they drove forward was super much valued by large corporates that now took them on board. And both founders are still on board with those companies, leading their company, their field. So quite a success story. I like to use these days also to emphasize the purpose, why we are doing that. And sometimes it's positive messages that we can share. Sometimes it's sad messages that we have to share and that give us still inspiration to work harder. And therefore, I'd like to share with you that one of our top mentors that we used in so many programs, he's also an investor. He has been an investor, passed away during these semifinals. I'm talking about Derek Young. Many of you might know him. He has contributed in Wildcard, in Amplifier, I think also in Health Catapult. In GoTrack, he was one of the EC members, so he was extremely well connected to our EIT Health community, and we got quite shocked that he passed away far too early. But that should be an inspiration for us, and it should be a motivation and driver to work further, because in so many cases, the sudden death and the people passing away could be avoided if we would have the right treatment or if we would have the right early diagnosis and prevention. And that's why we are here all together, to make our society a bit healthier and a bit more resilient. So let's see whom we have today, or we have seen the pitches already, but let's see who was the most impressive for our jury. But before we go to our jury, I want to see which startup, which company, which pitch was most impressive to our sponsors. And for that, I'd like to ask Jared Saul from Amazon Web Services to come on stage to announce, first of all, what Amazon Web Services, and I think especially for the digital health category, these credits will be extremely relevant and valuable, but what you're awarding and what companies can expect. And I did the joke already the last 2 days with Guy Spiegelman, your colleague. So now I will do that with you again. You are the only sponsor who didn't have to remember the names of the companies, because you will award all companies. But Jared, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. That's right, and that's exactly why we decided to offer a prize to everybody, so we wouldn't have to remember any names. Just building on your joke there. So I lead our work with startups around the world, and it's a real privilege to be part of this event. And I know it's been a long, arduous process for these startups. I myself am a startup founder, so I really appreciate the work and dedication and how hard it can be, and all the great things that competitions like this can bring. So it's a real privilege to be participating, and I want to thank you for including Amazon Web Services in this competition and giving us a chance to work with these great companies. And most of these companies are new to me. I actually got a chance to meet AZ Med at RSNA this week, but I haven't had a chance to work with any of the others. So I'm looking forward to that. In terms of prizes, we are happy to offer all participants some amount of prize. So for the finalists, we'll be giving $25,000 of service credits that allow you to build and experiment on our technology stack on our dime. And we'll marry that with 2 hours of engineering consultation time. And also 2 hours of business mentorship from folks at AWS. And then for the semi-finalists, we're pleased to give $10,000 in credits and an hour of engineering consultation and an hour of business mentorship. So I really look forward to working with each of these companies and lending our resources and help you think through how to leverage technology and Amazon Web Services to build and scale your businesses.
Thank you so much for announcing the winners and or announcing what they get, and congratulations to everyone who pitched today for receiving this prize. Then let's proceed to AstraZeneca. David de la Monica, great to have you on stage again.
Yes, guys. So I'm David de la Monica, working for AstraZeneca Oncology. So I'm really happy to be part of this journey, and you know how I love this EIT Health work and all the fantastic connection that you have in all the countries. So for AstraZeneca, digitalization of healthcare and in oncology is a huge topic, and this digitalization in this cancer patient journey and physician journey will play a tremendous role in the coming years. So today, what we will do, we'll give the prize, and a prize where we will push the selected winner inside AstraZeneca, connect with specific coaching on terms of regulatory device regulations, etc., and make sure that you have the relevant contact inside this huge company to valorize your project and see how we can work with you in the future. So the winner is Mentalis. So just one word on Mentalis. First, I think it's a fantastic company, and I really like the way that they moved this project in Germany. And Kurt, you mentioned this with this specific environment in Germany that I hope will move in Europe very soon. But Mentalis is really providing a huge service in terms of discharge of patients, maintenance of patients under treatment. So this is highly important topic because patients need this type of services, but it's the road is long because we need to prove. So I'm really happy that we will support you in the coming weeks and months to move this project forward.
Thank you very much. We are very happy and honored and looking forward to collaborate with you.
My pleasure.
Congratulations, Jürgen. Well done. Very well done.
Thank
and
you very
looking
much.
forward to see the results. Thank you. Then let's proceed to the next prize. And for the next award, I'd like to invite Sofia Couto de Rocha from Luciadas to come on stage. Sophia, please.
Hello, thank you very much. And congratulations, first of all, to Catapult for all the organization, for all the pathway that is doing here. So Lusíadas, we are really, really happy, not only has a group of hospitals, but also has part of United Healthcare Group to be in this initiative. Like I'm the Chief Transformation Officer, so I lead innovation, digital transformation. I couldn't be happier to be here in this environment. And besides, I'm myself an alumni from EIT Health, so I know how is it to be in the startup mindset and also the startup world. So Lusíadas High Care Prize is focused on transfer of technology in healthcare. So we give some hours of 12 hours of supporting on that, and then some extra hours on our DPO and our Chief Information Security Officer knowledge, because we know that sometimes this is one of the problems to enter in a group of hospitals or in a large healthcare group. And with no further ado, I am super happy to announce our winner, which is Avatar Medical. We are looking forward to partner with them.
Congratulations, Elodie. Well done.
Hi, thank you.
Hello.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Well, thank you very much. That's very relevant to us because we have to integrate with hospital IT. I guess we will benefit a lot from the prize. Thank you.
We're super happy. Thank you very much also for your all work to have these solutions, and we are looking forward to partner.
Congratulations, Elodie. And congrats also to the French team. Everyone will be happy and celebrate the French company. The first one was German, now the second one is French company. Congratulations and thank you. Now the next one, the next prize will be announced by Sharon Lamb from McDermott, Will and Emery. Sharon, please, the floor is yours.
Hello. As you say, Sharon Lamb, I'm a health partner at McDermott, Will and Emery. I'm in our London office, and on behalf of all of my colleagues at McDermott, we're just delighted to have sponsored these awards. It's really been a fantastic experience. I lead our international digital health practice, and the entries in this category were extremely strong. It was really hard to make a choice. All of the projects showed real innovation in the delivery of digital healthcare. And so may I say at the outset, just congratulations to everyone who entered. Really fantastic, and we wish you the best of luck on your journeys. But there must, unfortunately, just be one winner. And I'm pleased to say that the award for the digital health category goes to ASMED. ASMED delivers AI-powered solutions with the aim of optimizing the workflow of doctors and improving their performance, allowing doctors to spend more time on what is most important, the patients. And we wish you the very best of congratulations.
Julia, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
How do you feel?
Thank you. Thank you. That's great. Thank you very much to everyone.
So that's 2 French companies already awarded in the beginning of this ceremony. So congratulations. Macron will be happy to hear how successful these companies have been. Super. Then let's move on to the next awards. No, actually, sorry. The sponsor awards are done. So now we can proceed to the jury awards. And in order to share a bit the feedback, share some insights from the jury discussions, I would like to invite Sonja Wilkens on stage to give us to share some insights, some thoughts. What was the discussion in the jury meeting? Sonia, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank again all the teams for the great pitches and presentations. The jury had done a lot of discussion, as already others said. It was not easy to choose who will be the final, who are the finalists. 5 minutes are not much time to present complex business content, so that was the hardest part, to really get everything done in the 5 minutes and convince the jury to be on the top list. And we know that, but everyone did a great job. And I hope you all had a fruitful day, could network, connect. And that is very important, as we all know, for startups as well. For me, it was a pleasure to see all the different pitches with very, very different content and discuss with all the jury members afterwards. So at that point, thank you to EIT Health having me as a jury member, and thanks again to all the teams. Yeah, but in the end, we had to make a decision, and so I hope that the ones who won't do it to the finals don't lose motivation, because definitely was a close job, so it was not easy to really make a range here, so a ranking. So now, yeah, give back again, and thank you again for having me.
Thank you, Sonia. And indeed, everyone who made it to the semifinals is already a winner, and everyone can consider themselves as one of the top startups in Europe in the digital health space. So, and everyone got already a prize from Amazon Web Service. Everyone got training, pitch training, super mentoring from our super mentors. So everyone who was here today is already a winner. But of course, there is some companies that will proceed to our finals. The finals will take place in Stockholm in May 24th, 25th. And now we will first announce the runners-up. So that's the 4 companies that didn't make it among the top 3, but it's the ones that still are invited to go in person to Stockholm to pitch live on stage, and to be connected to investors, to be promoted through our networks. So certainly a big opportunity to get further. And without further ado, I will start to announce the first of the 4. The first one is located in Germany and we have already seen them, Mentalis. Jürgen, congratulations for going to Stockholm.
Thank you very much. Looking forward to traveling again.
Super. Yeah, I've seen you pitching already several times now, and you have been part of a couple of EIT Health programs. So very much looking forward to meeting you again in person in Stockholm. Thank you so much, and enjoy the super mentoring till then. Take all the best out of the super mentoring that you get to really fine tune the pitch, to fine tune the business model, and get everything to the point. Thank you. With that, we'll come to number 2 out of the 4 runners-up. And the number 2 is located in Spain. And I'd like to congratulate Teresa from Exeos. Teresa, congratulations and very well done.
Thank you very much. I'm super happy. So thank you very much.
Very much looking forward to seeing you then in Stockholm, and enjoy also the super mentoring.
I look forward.
Enjoy the super mentoring that you will get till then. So you still have a couple of months to fine tune everything. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
Then the third one, UK, Amara Therapeutics. Congratulations to Brandon. Very well done.
Thanks, guys. Thanks so much. Cheers.
Thank you, and very much looking forward to then seeing you in Stockholm. I hope you enjoyed working with your super mentor as well.
Yeah, it was a brilliant experience and really helped us at this stage that we're at now. So thank you.
Super. Excellent. And now we will come to the 4th one, to the last one in the group of the runners-up. And this one goes south. Congratulations to Maria Teresa from Hexel. Congratulations.
Nice, thank you, thank you. I'm Alessandra Pacilli from Excel. Maria Teresa is now traveling, so she asked me to participate, and we really look forward to meet you in Stockholm. That's super. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexandra. Thank you so much for joining, and say hello to the whole team. Congratulate the whole team, and enjoy also the super mentoring till then. See you in Stockholm.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Now we come to the final three. So that's the three that will have the possibility to pitch live on stage like the others, but in the plenary session. So when all the EIT Health community is sitting together. The last time we did that live was in 2019, December 2019 in Paris, where we had 1,000 representatives from EIT Health, all the corporates, all the big pharma, the big medtech and digital health companies, the top universities, university hospitals, the payers, healthcare providers, insurance companies, accelerators, incubators. So all the groups of institutions and people you always wanted to pitch to as a startup in one room. So to announce, and of course, last but not least, it is also the prize money. It is 40,000 euro for the winner, 20,000 euro for the second, and 10,000 euro for the third one. And as in the group of the runners-up, the announcement has nothing to do with the ranking. The ranking will be done in Stockholm. So now we just announced in random order. The ranking of the winners will be decided in Stockholm. And also the audience award will be decided by the audience and will be provided by the audience in Stockholm. The Alex Kasta Audience Award means that the logo of the company will be displayed at the New York Times Square, the Nasdaq Tower. So that's really an amazing opportunity for everyone to get global visibility through that marketing topic and marketing thing. So let's proceed to the final three. And the first out of the group of the podium finalists is Ebenbild. Kay, congratulations to Germany. Congratulations to Kay for being one of the top three.
Thanks a lot. I mean, this is, I'm at a loss of words. That's awesome. I'm looking forward to the finals and pitching there in front of all these people. Thanks a lot.
Very good. Excellent. You certainly will get some training like all the others, some super mentoring in order to get there. I hope you will benefit from that. I hope you already benefited so far, but obviously the pitch was convincing to the jury. So it looks like it was well invested.
We did benefit a lot.
Looking forward to seeing you in Stockholm. Thank you. The second one out of the group of three who will make it to the podium, to the plenary session, is, we already have seen him before, ACMED, Julien from France. Congratulations for making it into the final three. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very looking forward to go to Stockholm. First time for me, so I'm very looking forward to pitch there. That's great.
Super. Sounds amazing. Very much looking forward to seeing you there live on stage, and then also seeing the outcome of all your connections that you will make. Congratulations and safe travels. And now there's only one left. Only one company that will go to Stockholm. And this company is Brightlobe from UK. Shivani, congratulations for making it among the final three. Well done.
Thank you very much. I'm so incredibly honored to be part of such a competition with such brilliant startups. I've been really inspired myself by the other people that I've seen pitch. And I also would like to extend a special thank you to my super mentor who provided his invaluable advice as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you. That's great to hear that you also benefited from the super mentoring. So that's the basic idea, that you don't have to go through everything alone, but that you get well prepared. So I'm also very much looking forward to seeing you in Stockholm, live on stage with, I don't know if we will be able to have 1,000 people in the plenary session, but certainly if the conditions allow, we will try to bring everyone possible to the finals. Thank you so much. Safe travels then, and have a good time. Take care for the next 6 months, so that we can meet all again in Stockholm. Thank you. Yeah, with that, we have announced all the winners. We have announced all the sponsorship prizes. With that, I'd like to conclude. I have spoken a lot about what we can expect in Stockholm in May. So the prize money, of course, the connections, which is the most important thing. Of course, also the Alex Casta Audience Award with the logo on the New York Times Square, sponsored by NASDAQ. But if you guys wondered if it now takes until May, until the finals have finished, is there a possibility to apply for the next round? And yes, you don't have to wait until the finals are over, because we will start to take in the new batch, so the next cohort of companies for the Health Catapult of the upcoming years. The application will start already in January. So we will start rather early with the process. We will get the companies in, so the application will be published most probably most probably end of January, I think, and then the deadline will be 1 or 2 months later, so that you can apply. And then we will do the regional selections during the year. We will do the semifinals, and the event, the finals of the next intake will most probably be again Q2 of 2023. So that's our current plan. Get ready, don't miss the deadline. Beginning of next year, you can apply to get into the next intake for the Health Catapult. I'd like also to link back again to what we started this morning. Those of you who have been on board since 9 o'clock this morning might remember that I had a brief conversation in the beginning of this day with Keith Sequeira, who is head of unit at EIC, the European Innovation Council. And we briefly discussed the fast track. So that means that the companies that win the finals, that are first, second, or third winner, usually get on the fast track into the EIC programs. And the EIC means it's a grant of up to 2.5 million euro plus additional blended financing from EIB, which totals up to 15 million euro. And the companies, the winners of the Health Catapult, the first 3 winners, have a chance to get on that fast track. That doesn't mean that they already get awarded, but they can skip the first 3 selection steps of the whole process, so that they have a much higher likelihood to make it till the end. That's actually a nice outlook for all those that have been awarded in the last 3 days. This is the last day of the whole series. We have started with biotech. We got through medtech yesterday. We closed with digital health. I pointed out how EIT Health will contribute to also make the framework conditions better for digital health solutions and their reimbursement about their prescription as a medical device. So that is really a great future for digital health application and digital health solutions in Europe. With that, I'd like to just very briefly say thank you to so many people who have contributed, to all the startups that have pitched live on stage and who have practiced and trained their pitches quite some time over month and month. I'd like to thank the jury members who took a lot of time and who would have loved to have even more Q&As to all the companies. I'd like to thank all the participants, all the people out there who joined our 3-day session from morning till evening, among them investors, EIT Health partners like corporates or university and university hospital members, clusters, incubators, accelerators. So really thank you to everyone who was part of that amazing event. And last but not least, of course, Alison will do that again a bit more explicitly, but I just want to very briefly say thank you to everyone who helped behind the scenes, the Annas from Cap Digital and Medical Valley, Jonas, Arangsha, thank you so much for organizing the whole program, the whole Health Catapult over the last years. Thank you so much to Katie, Mike, Joe, in the mission control room. Yesterday we had a little virtual tour through the mission control room. They didn't allow me to get you all out there on the tour and show you a bit how the mission control room in the back end looks like. But it's amazing how they organized all the technical issues and all the technical challenges that we had. But in the end, everything worked out super well and super fine. So thank you so much for professional support to the whole team from Ashfield. And last but not least, Alison, thank you so much for guiding us through these 3 days. So it was a real pleasure to be here with you. You have so many insights as a pitch trainer since 2019. You already worked with many of the companies before. And now you took the opportunity to also moderate the whole 3-day series. Thank you so much for guiding us through. And with that, back to you, Alison.
Thank you, Kurt. It's been a fantastic 3 days. That's just absolutely wonderful. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, because we have now come to the end not only of digital health, but of course, Catapult. The biotech, medtech, and Catapult, and digital health, excuse me. And over those 3 days, we have discovered inspiring innovations, bold business plans, and of course, powerful pitches. It's been fantastic, and congratulations to all of the startups, remembering that you are the best startups in each category in Europe today. To the winners who have been announced on the 3 days, we look forward to seeing you in Stockholm, and of course the hard work continues. We of course wish to say lots of thank yous to many people, and we would like to start with thanking our sponsors. And of course our sponsors are AstraZeneca, Amazon Web Services, EG Technology, Luciados, McDermott, Will and Emery, Merck, and NASDAQ. A very big thank you to you all indeed. And equally, a very big thank you to the people who have worked very hard, who had a difficult, challenging choices to make, and that is our jury for today: Susie, Natalie, Diane, Sonia, Catherine, and Miguel. Thank you so much on behalf of everybody for your work, your great questions, and your excellent decisions this evening. Now, of course, the partners are, without exception, we want to say a really big thank you to all the partners. Now, that means all of the fantastic people in the different health kicks of EIT Health. A particularly big thank you to Anna and Manuel in Cap Digital, to Jonas and Anna in Medical Valley, and to Aranza in BioAM. So you know exactly what the messages are. Thank you very, very much. And equally, a very big thank you to all of the delegates who have joined us, perhaps for the 3 days, perhaps just for one of the days, but thank you. Thank you so much for being here, and we look forward to seeing you again, of course, in Stockholm. I think I have remembered, no, I have nearly forgotten somebody. We want to also say a particularly big, tons and tons of thanks to everybody in Mission Control. As Kurt said, this morning we had a whiz round with the camera, and it's been fantastic working with Mission Control. Particularly big thank yous to Mike, to Joe, to Katie, with all the amazing agility and responsiveness. And it's been not only professional, but also great fun. And thank you very much for letting it all work so smoothly. So What remains to be said? Well, we look forward to seeing all of you again next year in Stockholm. And in the meantime, stay safe and well, have a lovely evening, and see you soon. Goodbye.